Good morning, good morning. This is Meri at the Meri Atelier, and today is Thursday, January the 12th. Welcome to my desk. I know I'm on a little bit early, but I was awake and I thought I would just get started. Why not? Because it always takes me a few minutes to set everything up, set the quality on my tablet so I can not see all the pixelation. Oh. And set my chat to live chat so when folks come in, I can welcome them in. And let's zoom out a little. Hi, Kellyanne. Hi, Rhonda. Good morning, good morning. Good morning, good morning. Hello, hello. Can't beat you guys. You're up. You're up and you're up and you're ready to go. Well, I thought I'd talk about slow stitch a little today. Dee Dee was talking about it in her stream yesterday. And believe it or not, Meri does do slow stitch. I've done it for years. Mostly in the form of needlework. I prefer to call this needlework. A lot of people will call this cross stitch. I don't like the term cross stitch, even though it is cross stitch. Cross stitch has a connotation of being crafty, and there's nothing wrong with being crafty, except for in certain circles, it's looked down on as being an inferior craft. And let me tell you, cross stitch is not inferior. I call my friends who do this fiber artists. They do beautiful work. They put in hours and hours and hours. And I have just a little piece that I've done here over one. I did this in 2013. And I designed this myself. This is my own design. This was a piece, I know I've shown this before. This was a piece that I did for a swap in a needlework group. And the lady who it went to passed away. And one of the friends in the group helped sort out her needlework stuff with her daughter and everything. And she found this piece and she messaged me and asked me if I'd like to have it back. And of course I would. And, I remember my friend whenever I look at this. But this is done over one stitch. And I think this is probably 28 count. I'm not real sure. It might be 25 count. But that means there are 28 or 25 threads to 1 inch. And when you do it over one, my eyes couldn't take it today. I'd have to have double magnification. But I'm so proud of this piece. And it just brings back memories of my friend. This piece is very special to me. And I've done everything. I've done many different things over the years. I have a box of pieces that I've worked on that I have brought home. I need to get upstairs and look at them and bring them down and show them to you. This one was just handy because I have it out. Now, let's see who else is in here. Hi, Kimberly. Hi, Leah. Hi, Mina. Boy, I'll tell you, I thought I'd pop on early and nobody'd be here, and you all jumped in. Look at you all you little Tweety early birds. Good morning, good morning. The other piece I want to talk about is this piece. Now, I started this piece last year with Carol McDonald, and she did a beautiful. She showed it. It was a stitch row. Oops, this goes this way. And I had all good thoughts of working along and doing this every month, but life got in the way. So what I'm going to do with this is I'm not going to just let it sit unfinished. I'm going to take this apart. I'm going to snip off. This is the needle I was using. I was listening to Denalia Mellon, Stitch With Me 2023, and she was giving tips to people who do slow stitch, and she was talking about the needle and what needles you should use. And I'll let you go look at the video. It's on her channel. I don't have the link in there, but it's Denalia Mellon. But she said, find a needle that works for you and use it. Now, it depends on what kind of thread you're using, what your piece is, what the fabric, if you're following a pattern, what the pattern calls for. It depends on a lot of different things. But my attitude is, when I'm doing something like this, I find the needle that works for me, and then I keep it with the piece. And you can see I have it clipped to a little piece here. Was hooking this together. Traditionally, it's not a good thing to leave needles in needlework like this, especially if you're like me and have unfinished work. Not only can it poke you later, but I don't know about these needles, but some needles can rust. And, you know, we all have heard and seen pieces where the needles have been in the fabric and you can still see the little rust on there, which is not in our mixed media world, is not a bad thing. But I have this stitch roll, and this is a piece of fabric. I believe it was home decor fabric. I really do. I found it at Goodwill, and it reminds me of French laundry. But it's serged on both sides. It's just a beautiful piece of fabric. And I was going to work down the row, and I got through January and February, and that was it. So I'm not going to just sit here and cry about it being unfinished. I'm going to do this right now. And close your eyes. I'm going to take these pieces off. I'm going to snip them off, because otherwise they'll just sit here in this row unfinished. And this way I can enjoy them. I'm going to take the year off here, 2022, and I'm just going to snip it. I don't think I can rip it. Well, yeah, I can. And this is for my art journals. Needle artists seeing this happen would probably cringe, but I don't cringe with this. I prefer things to look a little distressed, especially when I'm putting them in journals and art journals. I wouldn't call myself a junk journaler, but I very much use distressed things and things that, just doesn't bother me to rip a piece of fabric. And I was even listening to Danella, and she was talking about how you kind of ruin the fabric when you tear it. And I'm going, no, you need to get more artsy, lady. I listened to Denalia, and a lot of tips that she gives, you can tell she's very much a needle worker. She does art, she does journals and that, but she was showing where a ripped piece of fabric like this was actually kind of distressing it and kind of ruining it, and where I'm going, ooh, I love it, so that's just a difference in the way. There's nothing wrong with either way of looking at it. It's just a difference in how people think and what their goals are. But I'm going to take this 2022 and put it in here, because this is my old 2022 Society of Idea Collector. And I think I'll just put it right here in the cover. And I'll have it there. Now I got uses for the rest of this. How am I going to put it in there? Well, I could put it in with yes space, but I think I'm just going to double tape it in there. I think that will be sufficient to hold it in a Society of Idea Collector book. And this will just, I'm not going to take the bottom part down, because I might want to look and see what does the back look like. And this is what the back looks like. I did this all in back stitching with, I think I had 3 strands of blue embroidery floss. I don't work in 6 strands of floss. 3 strands for back stitch was adequate to do this. And I very, very seldom stitch with, when I did this other piece that I showed you, the scissors, that was done with 1 strand. You could probably not get 2 strands through that fabric and make it look nice at that count. Well, you could over 2, but over 1 thread with 2 strands would be pretty bulky. For those of you who know, who do that type of needlework. And it is needlework. It is. I call my friends, they blush. You know, they don't see themselves as being fiber artists, but they are very much, I'm trying to get this tape off on here. They are very much fiber artists. They do beautiful work, hours and hours and hours, and of doing those samplers and just beautiful work. And I've known these gals for years, probably since the mid to late 1980s. Well, I'm getting part of it and part of it no. And they say this double-sided tape that you get from Dollar Tree is acid-free, and I'm just hoping that that's true. But even if it's not, this is a Society of Ideal Collector journal. This is not a masterpiece book. And if it happens to eat through my fabric, well, all right. More yumminess. I can't get these tape release papers off of here. It's hard to do this on fabric. The double-sided tape, I should have put it on my paper. Well, I know it's sticky, I know that. I can't seem to get it up, even with a tear tab. There we go. I got this one now. Can I get that other one? Oh, look at that. So, and I would not call myself an authority on slow stitching or cross stitch, needlework, needlepoint, any of that. I'm no authority, but I have done it for years. And I have a personal aversion to people who think they're experts, because if you consider yourself such an expert that you never learn anything new, and I'm not referring to anybody in particular, but I know that there are people out there who think that they're the latest and greatest and everybody else is below them. And here again, I'm not even talking about people that we know. You know, they reached the, in fact, I have heard people say, and this is in like the 80s and 90s, they say, it's just a passing fad. And in a sense, it was, except for in needlework group. There are people out there yet today who do this every day, and then they meet in groups every week. And there are many groups on Facebook, on the internet. It's certainly not a passing fad. And we as artists, the slow stitching has come into our realm of art journaling and everything. So not a fad at all. So get rid of the snobbery. Oh dear. This is just my Society of Ideal Collector for I'm not going to flip through it. but I do like to go back to it. And this was for 2022. And that was one way that I'm going to use that. And it just reminds me of projects that I worked on. Now, for January, I want to take this January and put it on my piece over here. Because talking about purists, let's not call them experts, let's call them purists. A purist may say this is not true slow stitching because I have a base of paper and I had a very thin fabric and I used Yes Paste to put this hanky down. I think I used Yes Paste to put the ribbon down here. A purist in slow stitching, if there is such a thing, might say you can't do that. That's not true slow stitching. Now, I'm not quoting anybody because I can't really pinpoint anybody that I've heard say that, but I know it's out there. Let's put it that way. And to me, it is slow stitching because I slow stitched this on. I did tatting, which is very much slow stitch. Now, the rest of this I glued down. But what is the difference if I put these things on there? I stitched this. I stitched this stitch up here and this one. Now, this was the state of Nebraska where I am now. I did not stitch the orange in there, but I did a back stitch around there. This little doll, I'll probably put this on a separate page. I'm going to put it in here. I'm going to make more than one page for January because I found these things. This little doll was a piece I made out of felt, and you can see it's all stitched on here. And I could take this. No, it's a little bit too big. I'm going to snip these pieces out individually. But this little doll I did and really didn't have her all done. I think I had this much of her done because I found this little hanky with the little doll embroidered. I doubt this was hand embroidered in here, but it was a hanky and a little piece of lace. And this is all my stitching around in here. And here's a chain stitch that I did. Here's I had an amaryllis plant last year. I didn't get one for Christmas this year, but it's the first time that I've grown an amaryllis plant last year that actually bloomed. And here it is. Last January, we got our wood floor put in. I can't believe it's been a year. This represents the wood floor. Now, it's not wood, it's vinyl flooring. Got a new flooring down. And then I have Streamathon there. We did that last year. We did it again this year. Now, here again, I did YouTube. This is not stitched. So I'll probably put this in my Society of Idea Collector and this. And then the eyes here, I put the eyes because last January, my brother, he had cataract surgery and I was putting eye drops in for him. This year, I have cataract surgery and putting them in for myself. So that's what the eyes represent. And then I went into February here, and this was just another little stitch I was playing with over here. And I got February, so I'll be using that. And then we had these little pieces of fabric that came from, I think this one came from Becky. This one and the heart down here, I think, came from Nettie. I'm not sure who sent me that one. And I have a couple more in this pile that I pulled out that go here and here. And then I did this one. I think Ann Lar might have sent me this one. So we were trading little pieces of fabric. I think Ruth sent me one too. Maybe this came from Ruth. I did not document them, except for I'm pretty sure this one with I'm pretty sure these two came from Nettie. And Janet Nash sent me one too. I don't have them all on here. And then I did this little scissors in cross stitch. And I think that's actually stitched on. So I might ruin my cross stitches unless I just take the piece out and attach it. which is what I plan on doing, like right now. And I might attach January onto here and maybe these, but these other pieces are going to go on another page. And I like how Daniela is doing this little book because she's not going to bind it until the end of the year. And I can make that binding as big as I want. And so I can have as many pages as I want. Maybe February I'll only have one. Maybe in May I'll have one, but maybe in July I might have three. Who knows? So let me sit down and let me refresh. I kind of went off in my little chat here. Thank you, Leah. It's fun to do. Now, this is not my stitching up here on the hair. This is a little piece of floral ribbon that I got at Hobby Lobby, but it worked perfect for her hair. But I put all these things. This is my stitching. All of this is my stitching. And the little scissors is another one of my little scissors design. Kellyanne is here. Rhonda says, I love tatting. Oh yeah, I brought some of the tatting in here. I was going to tat this morning while I was waiting for you guys to come in, but you all popped in, so I'm not going to tat. I was going to make some more rings. I was going to sit here and do some tatting. I'm ready to do my next tatting video. I just have to film it. I had my appointment with the doctor yesterday to get my eyeglasses. So they're on order. It'll be another 14 days. And I did get him to sign my paper for me. So I think I'm going to wait till I get my eyeglasses to go to the DMV. What else is going on here? Rhonda's here. Kellyanne, Leah. You use a bone folder to rub it down, and then the release paper comes off easier. Yeah, that works. That does work, and it usually works for me when, but I think this tape, I think if it gets too hot and I don't know about too cold, but I think it gets, something like washi, it gets a little sticky. And also when you use it on fabric, it's a little harder for that tape. The tape will tape on fabric, but it's a little bit harder to get the release paper off, even if you use a bone folder, because that release paper wants to pull the tape off of the fabric, and it sticks, the tape sticks better to paper, and it falls off of if you have a strong pull, it'll pull off the fabric easier. But once you get it going, it pulls off fine. What did I do with my scissors? I'm going to sit here and cut these apart. So just close your eyes while I do some surgery here. And then the rest of this, I will keep for future projects. I might use a little, and this little heart here, I'm still stitching it down. So I might put it on another page. But then, here's the flosses that I was using on here, different flosses. And this is a little piece. I was going to put some of this Tunisian crochet pieces. I made little 10 stitch samples. I think I have about 3 of them in here, 3 or 4. This is the tweed stitch. I know that because it looks like a bumblebee on the back. And I don't know, this one, I got so discouraged doing these because this was done with that yarn that's real fuzzy. When you use it a lot, it has a halo to it. And so as you're crocheting and pulling things through, that fuzz, as you pull the thread through it activates the fuzz, you know what I'm saying? It doesn't look fuzzy on the skein, but it's just like a piece of a needle thread. Once you put that thread, if you're stitching a big piece like that, and if you have a big long piece of thread, the more that thread goes in and out of your fabric, it can wear on the thread. it's not a bad thing, but I think it's one of the things if you're in a judging competition. And there are judging competitions for needlework, believe me. There are people out there, if they would see that, they would. Here's one of those little pieces of fabric. Janet might have sent this to me. It's cute. This was on, that's not a part of it. Here's a little piece of Tunisian crochet that I did I just did, well, it's not Tunisian crochet. It's not Tunisian. It is just regular single and half double. And I started out with a single, I believe, down here. And then I did a couple half double, and then a couple single, a half double, a single, a half double, a couple singles. I was just playing with alternating singles and doubles, kind of made it ribbed. And then I did a single crochet around it. And I thought, I wonder how it would look if I would do a thread crochet lace around it. And it was just a little sample. I like how it turned out. So I might put that in my book too. So my book might grow larger, and she's going to bind it with an accordion binding. And if my book gets too bulky, instead of just one accordion in between, I could put 2 or 3, and that could, as we bind it, if I have one mountain for just between 2 real thin pages, but say I have bulky pages, I could put 2 or even 3 mountains in there too, like you would with scrapbooking, like you have spacers in scrapbooking. Or you could put a spacer in between. So I'm looking forward to doing the prompts and everything. And the other thing, like I was talking about purists, slow stitching purists. Now, I don't know if there is such a thing, but I would define it personally as somebody who says it all has to be stitched. You can't glue or paste. Now, I don't know if I've never really heard that from anybody, but that's just my definition of a slow stitch purist. And I was thinking, I lost my train of thought. Whatever I was going to say was important. I was talking about being a purist. I don't know what I was going to say. It probably wasn't important. I'm going to snip. Now, I want Streamathon. So this YouTube symbol here is not stitched. It's just hand drawn. Let's see. I think I'm going to go down. This red mark here is part of the fabric. I think I'm going to snip out these eyes. And snip the Meri Atelier out and put that in my journal too. Because I did not get this piece finished throughout the year because I went on to other things. I just had so much I was working on. But why not take this and make it a part of your journal? You know, why leave it unfinished? And I want to show you something. This is something, if you're doing thrifting or at a garage sale, and let me find it here. It's here somewhere. It's one of my favorite pieces. Hold on. I've got a stack of everything over here. It's at the very bottom. No, where is it? No. Well, I can't find it. I'll show it another time. It's a block. You can take unfinished samplers like this. Just say this was a sampler. And you'll find this a lot. Or you'll find an unfinished pillow. Somebody's bought a DMC pillow kit. Or the other one was, what was it? It starts with a J. It's not just cross stitch. There's another was another needlework company that sold all these kits, and ladies would buy them, and it would actually be too much for them to finish, and you would see one that has a couple stitches this way and some that way, and might have a flower on it, or it might be more complete. But take those and don't let them sit in the package for years. You can incorporate them in your stitching, your own stitching, or your own art journals. I took a piece that I bought. Now it was finished, but I made this block out of it. I made a cube out of it, and I just love that cube. It was kind of a country sampler, but it's got needlework on all four sides, and I like it. I like it better than if it were a finished piece all framed. Now this streamathon will actually work for January, because we had a streamathon this year, so I can put that on a page. I might just put a couple pieces on here, but let me just cut this out. And if you've come in while I've been chattering here and I didn't welcome you, I think I welcomed everybody in. Oh, you early birds, it's so good to see you. I will say Rhonda messaged me and said she wasn't going to be in the stream this morning, but look what I did. Look what I did. Oh my. Well, that's just wonderful. We'll consider that a piece of art. I don't fret when I do stuff like that. You can't, well, you can stitch it back together, but you can't undo it. I snipped a little corner off of this little piece of purple fabric that I thought came from Janet Nash. But you know what I could do is I could make a little lady out of it. What else could I make out of it? It's got, it looks like it's part of a floral design. It actually looks like DMC floss there. I don't fret over this stuff. It just happened. Oops. And I was talking about you could stitch it together, which brought a thought to my head. I read the Piecework Needlework magazine. I love it. If you're not familiar with the Piecework magazine, PIECEWORK. I've showed it on here before. I've got it. I took the one I had in here out in the recliner because I was reading it. But they have articles on history, a lot of the history of needlework, knitting and lace making, needlepoint, all sorts of, they even sashiko. But they were talking about, there was an article about how in the early days, before they had a lot of printing presses and everything, when either the monks or the scribes, they would write on animal skin. Well, when that got worn and torn, they would mend it using stitches. And we used to do that. What do we call it? Frankenstein paper, Franken something paper. So in a sense, that was slow stitching on paper. That Frankenstein paper, where you actually would stitch the paper. We'd take scraps of paper. That was a big thing in art not too long ago. I don't see many people do that anymore in their junk journals. So these two are going to go in my Society of Ideal Collector. This is going to go on and the Streamathon is going to go on January. I really, and the Piecework magazine, even if you can't afford to subscribe to it, if you're interested in this type of art, and this is an art, um, it's a fabric art. If you're interested in this type of needlework and lace and knitting and crochet, uh, just anything to do with fabric and threads, or even the history of it, um, go out and subscribe to their newsletter. Their newsletter is just a wonderful read. It's a wonderful read. And they have a library out there. They have a library that is open to the public. There are some things you have to be a subscriber to get to their magazine to get access to, but they have a lot of free articles. And they have a lot of articles there that even if you don't have access to the entire article, just reading the introduction to it is fascinating. I wrote to them a couple months ago and said your newsletter is excellent. It's just, and they responded with a please subscribe then. And I'm going to. It's one of my goals is to subscribe to that. I want to subscribe to the Victoria magazine. I've already subscribed to the Mary Jane magazine, and I thought I subscribed to the Victoria magazine, but it either got mailed or lost. I can't find the little subscription envelope. So I'm thinking, I asked my brother, did you pick it up and mail it? And he couldn't remember. He said, I might have. So I'm going to see if they start sending it to me. I'm just cutting around this. I don't know if I'll stitch it in or just attach it to, I might just tack it down to another piece of fabric. I'm actually cutting around this. I might leave it like that. That's okay too. That's okay too. We'll leave it like this for now as I think about it and get my things away from my scissors here. This was a part of what? What was I stitching? I was stitching over on this side. And this is the state of Nebraska that I backstitched around. Let's just cut around her here too. And I want that chain stitch separate. And I want the little, and these marks here are printed. That's not my stitching. I don't think. No, they're printed on there. They look like wood boards though. And I don't know if I'll put that. I might put that. Well, I might put it on there just as an interest piece. And I want this chain stitch. Pretty, pretty. Hi, Icy. Good morning, Icy. Hi, Stitch. Stitch, do you stitch? I'm off on slow stitching. I do slow stitching. I don't do sketch and paint and draw and junk journal and whatever. I also do slow stitching. I've done it for years. Needlework. I probably have other, if I could go through my projects, a lot of my projects are up in Wisconsin yet, but I'll bet you I could find things that are very similar to this. I know I could probably find some unfinished projects that I could convert in, put in my art journals and convert it. I remember going to a needlework store up in Wisconsin, and it was a wonder. It was a it was a quilting and a needlework store, and they had a sample where they took a old picture of, you know, like you see these vintage pictures of a group of people standing outside of a building. And it was similar to that. And they had it framed real nice. And then they stitched a sampler around it. It was just awesome. It was just awesome. Now I'm going to use January on the page that I've done over here because I want it to stand for January of this year. And I don't mind cutting these things up because it was an unfinished piece anyway. And why not use these pieces in my journal and enjoy them? Enjoy the effort that I put in. I think this is called the chevron stitch, if I remember right. Let me be careful how I'm cutting it in here. All right, I think I got all of January separated. The rest of this, I'm going to wait until I'd like to get that piece off, but I'll work on this part later. I'm just going to fold it like this. And we're going to put these pieces. I don't think I can, these are too bulky to put in that book. This is for another project. These are just little samples. And I'll save this piece out for in here and that little purple piece. And my needle, let's put that purple piece there. And we can actually put these here too. And kind of, it doesn't have to be perfect here. That heart, let's keep the heart flat like that. And I used a bobby pin to hook it together. I love my bobby pin. I love my bobby pins. They're kind of my closure here. So I'll be doing more with this. Now another slow stitch that I think I started this. Let me get it out here. You guys have seen it before, but I might as well show these. I got two of them here. I got this one. Rosemary's, let's just push all this aside for now. Rosemary Morris's, she called it a fabric journal, and I guess it is a fabric journal. I call it my sewing journal because I have a sewing theme going on. I don't have it, well, I did bind it, and then I took out, I did a temporary binding so I could figure out where I wanted my pages and everything. But I took it out. I need to finish this. But I've done a lot of slow stitching on these pages. Let me open it up to the, and I took one of these pages out and I think I sent it to Journey. I took one of these pages out at that time that I was behind in my postcard swap. Was it a fabric postcard swap we had? I was way behind and I lost the postcard and I was so discouraged. I took one of the pieces out of here, one of my pages, and I sent it to Journey. But this is very much, now this is more what a purist might think as being slow stitch. In fact, she was talking about how do you get your fabric to stay while you're stitching on it. And she was talking about using, and I had a laugh because she said, use a little dab of glue. And then she said, and I mean a little dab. And I'm going, I'm not going to tell her what I did to this page. You know, I used a whole smash of Yes Paste on this, but I like it, and it was so much easier. And you can kind of think of this as being fabric paper, you know, because it's the background, it's the base. Now I could have stitched this on, but it was just, it made more sense to me to use to glue it down. And then this is paper too, but I stitched that ruffle on. You guys saw me stitch this ruffle on. This lace is stitched on. In fact, if you could feel it here, you could feel the stitches here from the lace. It's stitched right in here, and it's stitched right in there. I didn't stitch the top and the bottom. This is glued on, but I don't think this was vintage paper. Came out of that Sears and Roebuck catalog. I think if I try to put a needle through there, it would ruin the paper. But anyway, back to this. This is more purist. I don't think I've glued anything down in this book. This is one page. I got this from Kathy Berg. I won it in her streamathon of whatever year, 2020 or 2021. I can't remember. But she had a giveaway, and I happened to be there, and I won it. And this was one of the things that she sent. And this is hand done, but obviously I didn't do it. It was a piece I've had around. I'm not sure where I got it, but it's a beautiful piece. Now on here, I've added things. This is all, this piece is stitched down. This isn't stitched yet. It's very much a work in progress. I put in these vintage hook and eyes. This needs to be stitched. Over here, though, this was a piece of quilting. And she actually talked about, somebody had asked her where, in the comments, Daniela asked her, if you don't sew, where can you get your fabrics that you're all talking about? And she suggested old quilts. If you see an old quilt, maybe you go to a thrift store and see just, sometimes you see pieces like this. It's hard to find them anymore, but if you look, you can find them. This was sent to me by Janet Nash. This is stitched down. This is stitched here. So this side is stitched. This part of this is, I'm still working on this one stitched. I don't think I've stitched this yet. This still needs to be stitched, I think. No, is that stitched on there with a light thread? Wait, let me check. No, this is all stitched. It's all stitched. It's hand stitched. So this page is all done. So this is very much an example of slow stitching right here. This came to me from Turquoise Dreaming. I didn't do anything with it. I was going to. I just put it in there. I think this was a part of, this was something that Rosemary had sent in one of her kits. I couldn't cut it up. I think this came in either the boho or the Art Nouveau, one of those kits that I got from Rosemary. And I go, that belongs in my needlework book, my stitch book. Here's another page I was working on. How far am I done on this? And in fact, this is one of my 5 projects that I want to finish. It's on my 5 project list. And I was making a pocket here. This actually folds like this, and it's got a little pocket in there. I took it apart when I was fiddling with it. I was doing something with it, but it needs to be redone in there. Like that. And then this is all stitched on. This was a tape measure, and I didn't like the lines, and you can see these bold black lines in there. That's thread. That's a kind of a yarn thread that I use in my journals. That's not ink, that's thread. And I've put a button on there, put some lace here. Actually, the pocket goes before the lace, not under the lace. And then this is a piece of a fabric that had lace on the edge. And then the book itself folds right in here, like this. It kind of folds in half right in there. This one's all done too, except for I need to fix this and maybe put something up there. So I have done slow stitch for several years now. This piece is done. I didn't stitch this up here, but I stitched this down here. This is all stitched tacked on. That's a little piece. No, that's cut work there. That's white work. This one's all stitched on. This has a pocket going in here. The fold of it is there. It folds like this. This is a toile piece. A little piece of tape measure fabric up here. That's a natural fold, I think. And this was originally going to be the outside of my journal, but it just grew so big. So I have a lot of slow stitching. Here's where I crocheted around a picture, a photograph, a Tim Holtz photograph. This is some more of that fabric. I might have gotten some of this from Annie V. I might have gotten this from Rosemary, or Paint Girly sent me some pretty sheer fabric. So I'm not sure which one of this one came from. But here I just crocheted. I consider crochet slow stitch, especially if you're just learning, huh? And here's where I tacked it on. I tacked the picture on, and you can't see it because I used the same thread. I just tacked it here at the edge onto the back. And I kind of even like this. I think this is kind of cool. And I could put a photograph or something in there. Here, this is another piece that I got from, no, not this one. I'll come back to the, I'll get to the other one that I got from Kathy Berg. This is Kwanzaa, not Kwanzaa, what is that called? Is it Kwanzaa quilt? I've lost the name of that quilt that you get from Africa and India. I want to say Kwanzaa, but I don't know if that's the name of it. But Annie V sent me some like this. I also got some from Rosemary. Every now and then I'll get a piece like this in the mail. This is just a piece of washi fabric, washi tape that I learned from Rosemary how to make that washi fabric. I just put it in as a sample. And I have a pocket here made out of lace. This is all stitched, not glued. I do, when I'm placing and auditioning pieces, I do put a little piece of tape on the back, just right in the center, just to keep it. And Daniela suggested doing that. And then this heart was one I had around. It's a cut work heart. It came from me. But here's that piece of quilting again. This is quilted fabric. And then I put a piece of lace for a pocket in there. Over here is just a piece of ticking. I think this was either Tim Holtz or Tim Holtz look-alike with the pattern on it. It's got an 8 on there. Here's a piece of strip of paper that's, it's actually not paper, washi, but I did stitch it there. Maybe that came from over here. So that one is sort of done. I might add more to it. Oh, here's another piece of that. What is that called? Hi, Becky. Becky said she's having a bad morning, so she's going to be quiet today. Okay, Becky, that's fine with me. Thank you for coming in and saying good morning to us. Go look at, here, Becky, you go read that happy memory book. Go look at your happy memories that you wrote down since January. Reflect on the good things, not the bad things, unless it's health-wise. Health-wise, well, I guess you could still reflect on good things. I mean, but, you know, it's probably a little harder. But if you're just having a mental bad day, go reflect on the good things. Do that little treasure hunt. Here's some more of that sheer fabric. I didn't stitch this, but it goes good in this journal. Here's a piece of denim. And I did, now these, I don't think these are stitched down yet. No, they are. Boy, I did more in here than I thought I did. These are stitched down. They're stitched. I can see some stitching going on in there. Just a piece of denim. This, I think I got from Janet Nash. No, this was a Journey. This came from Journey. So I'll put things in here that are from other people. But look at what she's done here with the lace. And she did a tree up here. She's got this thread that she's tacked down. This is fabric, little French knot flowers going on down here. This came as a fabric postcard that I got from Journey. And this is what she sent me. We had that postcard swap. I think it was Becky's swap. This came from Journey. And I eventually sent her a postcard, but I also sent her a page out of this book. And I got her some, I was feeling so guilty because I was way behind. I kept messaging her and saying, she's going to get it. It's coming. I'm working on it. I can't find it now. But I got this, Lori was using this vintage kind of a, well, it's kind of like, well, I wish, hold it, I want to show it to you guys. It's up here on my stand here someplace. Here. Both Journey and I saw Lori using this. It's called Vintage Antiquing Paste. And you just need a dab of this. You can tell I just used it a little here. But I sent her one of these and a postcard and a page out of this journal because I was feeling so guilty for I was way behind. But I will, if I get behind in a swap, I'll let my partner know. And, like with Janet Nash finally got her, Janet Nash and Shannon both now have their faux Polaroid swap. So everybody in that swap, I'm so proud of them. Everybody sent and received. Usually when you do swaps, you always have a bad bird in there. And I thought I was going to be the bad bird, not because I didn't get it finished in time, but because I was mailing to Canada and England. I was going over the holidays. I hope they get them. Here's another quilt piece. Here, isn't that beautiful? This might have come from Journey too. I think this came from Journey. If I remember, somebody sent me this. This is not this came in Happy Mail, and I want to say it came from Journey. It's a beautiful piece, and I just slayed it in here. I don't have plans for it right now. Then this piece, I was experimenting with making and let's see, I think I have this pinned over here. Let's unpin this. This was a one of those floral dresser scarves, and I put a piece of lace on it, put a piece of fabric there, and I made it fold down because I wanted a vertical flip. These butterflies came from Janet Nash. But yeah, and then I will, when I fold it up, my intention was to have some of these pages flip over like that. And I don't know if I'm still going to do that or not. But there that one is. This is just another piece of, this is sheer fabric. Now, I don't know if I'd actually stitch on this. I would probably stitch on a piece of fabric and attach it like this. Maybe that girl would look nice in here. I was thinking about putting her, what happened to my girl? Well, my girl is here someplace. I'll find her. She's probably buried under all of this. I hope I didn't knock her off. Oh, here she, no, that's my amaryllis. I don't know what happened to my little girl. She's here someplace. But I would take a piece like this and attach it rather than try to stitch on this. You might try to do a running stitch and get away with a running stitch. Or if you're very brave, you know, put it in a Q snap or a embroidery hoop to hold it tight. And you could probably stitch on it, but I don't have plans for that right now. And this is a journal I do want to finish, though. This was on my 5 project list. This came from Kathy Berg again. And let me pull the pin out. I probably should not keep those pins in there. Save my own lecture here. This has a story behind it with the red thread. And she sent me the story. And the story might be in the... I have a packet of things that go with this, of fabric pieces and everything. I think I took the story out because it was getting bent, but it's all about a red thread of kind of like friendship and everything. Here's the heart. Let's see what, did I stitch that on there? No, it's just, is that tacked on there? I might have, I didn't stitch that down. What's going on here? Is that tacked down? I might have stitched it down, but it says, I think this was from Zandra, and Kathy Berg passed it along to me. That says Zandra there. But it's a story of a red thread, and you can read about that on the internet. But she included a little paper story with it. And I think I took the story out because it was getting, I had it tucked in here, and it was getting bent and folded and everything. But that has a special memory. That I won that in the Streamathon too. And here's some more slow stitching over here. This is a pocket. I'll probably put something in there. Button card. And then I work on the back too. This I don't have stitched, but there's stitching there. I don't have this one stitched down yet either. It's just, see, I got work to do on this. This isn't anything you finish in an afternoon. This, I think I started this in 2019. I think it was a 2019 caboodle. And here's another piece. This is probably came from Rosemary. It might have come from Annie V. I can't remember, but look at that. It looks like something Rosemary would send, maybe in her boho or Art Nouveau. I didn't stitch this, but it certainly is beautiful, isn't it? Look at these pieces. So Annie V sent me a lot of pretty pieces, and then this is just a doily. I'm using it as part of a flip. My journal has a flip here. My stitching journal. This is a hanky. You can see it's getting frayed at the sides here. This was how it came when I got it. And then I took this piece of fabric here and put it over the hanky, and this actually forms a pocket, or is going to form a pocket in here, right in here. And then this is a wraparound. This is the other, this is the front cover over here. It's not stitched together, but then this kind of goes in between to kind of hold them together. And then this is the stitched piece that kind of holds as a closure. And I'm not sure what, this is just a little piece of washi tape that's not even related to this. So this is just another example of slow stitching and things you can do. I've been working on this for a couple years now, slowly. I should quit adding pieces to it. But I did take a page out and I sent it to Journey. It was a guilt thing. And let's put this back together. So, and don't be afraid. You know, Dee Dee has said, because I was talking about not getting my journals finished and everything. She says, Meri, I have a lot of unfinished journals. But it's a pleasure just to get this out and look at it. Things like this have memories to it. And I think of Annie V, and I think of Rosemary and Journey, and and Kathy Berg and whoever sent me this. Kwanzaa, I think it's Kwanzaa quilts. And I'll even give a nod to Tim Holtz there. And you know what I was thinking, you guys? I don't want to start another project, but I might bring it down. I have, and I brought it home with me. I brought home with me some quilts that my grandmother made, and my brother, I don't know. My grandmother made each of us kids. There were 4 in my family. 4. I have 3 siblings. I have 2 brothers and a sister. I have my sister's quilt, which is kind of a crib quilt. And I have my younger brother's quilt, which was not really his quilt. My mother said she used his quilt so much. She laundered it so much it ruined it. I would love to have that. I would love to have it today. I wish she threw it away, but she said she was going to give her wedding quilt, which my grandmother made, to my younger brother. Well, my younger brother didn't care about that stuff, and neither did my older brother. Well, so I have both my older sisters and my younger brothers and mine. And then when I came here to stay with my brother, I was going through a closet upstairs like I did that little stash room. And there on the floor, all crumbled up, it just broke my heart, was the quilt that my grandmother had made for my oldest brother. Well, you know, I took care of that right away. And it's under good care right now. I think it'll probably go to my grandniece, which is okay with me. I'll be long gone by that time. And I hope that she would take good care of it. She probably made it in, for my brother in the late 40s. She was still alive in the 40s. I remember her. Oh, there's my little lady. I remember her. I'm going to put these pins back in here as closures. This is really not a proper thing to do, to put pins in fabric and leave them in there because they can rust. But I know I'm going to be working on this, so I'm going to do it. And now that I'm doing slow stitching, I'll probably be more apt. It's on my 5 project list. This needle, I'm not sure what I'm going to do with that. So that's another. Then I have one other little thing. You guys have seen it before. I don't know if I can put my hands on it. Because I've got to take down my trash bag here. I have another little journal that I want to finish up. Is it in here? Hold it. If I dig down, can I put my hands on it? I can't see it right now. So I'm not going to dig any more because I'll have to hunt for it. But if you're looking for things like fabric and things, I would advise you to look in thrift stores, garage sales, sometimes not the antique stores where you buy expensive antiques, but sometimes you're more low-key, is that a good word for it? Antique stores will have things like this for sale. And Daniela said also go to Goodwill if you're looking for fabric to rip up some old shirts. I ripped up all my brother's blue jeans. Okay. So I wanted to go into this journal, this page here, and I want to put the word January that I cut off here. January. I was thinking I'd make a page tab for this. Now I can make a cover for this. She's going to bind this. And I can still use her binding method, but I might make the cover and make it longer. So I think what I'm going to do, I want this, whoops, I've got the little chevron stitch there too. I want you to be able, or the person looking at it, to see this on the back too, just because that's a part of slow stitch. And I think I'll put it right in here. Now, how would that look? I kind of like that. And so what I was going to do this morning was, or I could just put it this way and not show that, but I kind of wanted to make a tab out of it. I could also take a piece even like this. Well, this is pretty thick. I could take my eyes and put on the back of it like that to make it thicker. I don't know if I want to do that either. Or I could just take a piece of paper and I just stay away from the paper. I think I'll just stitch this down here, let a little of it show out for right now. And I was going to do that this morning. And I'm not going to worry about having the right color of thread. I will use this needle, though, if I can get through that paper with it. Let's see if this needle will go through the paper. I'm not only going through one layer, I'm going through, well, I guess I am. I'm going through the fabric and the... No, I'm going to have to punch some holes. But we will use Sharon's pokey tool. And I'll just poke some holes in here. And I like shredded things like this. I love it frayed. I love that fray stuff. And let's just poke some holes. Now I'll probably have to do this. Let's get out my needle, my thread. I got some thread over here that I can use. And I'm hoping it will go through that needle. Let me stop and look at chat. Oh, there's Dee Dee. Good morning, Dee Dee. Dee Dee, you missed me flipping through my fabric book here with all my slow stitching. You missed it. You'll have to go back and watch. You missed me cutting up my piece of my slow stitching from last year. This is a little doll. This is the amaryllis plant I stitched. This is the state of Nebraska. This is actually, I think this is like a watercolor in there, that Tim Holtz water brushes. It's a water brush. I think it could be an ink, but I slow stitched around the state of Nebraska. I have some chevron stitch here. This is the wood floor that we had vinyl flooring put down in our kitchen. That was a memory. Here's eyes. Now this was representing my brother's eyes, but it could be representing my eyes of this year. And then these were the flosses I was using. Here's some chain stitch that I did. So, and then I have a couple other pieces on there that were not slow stitched. I'm going to put these in my Society of Idea collector. And then I have February still on the row. Let's see if this thread is thin enough that I think it is. If I can find the beginning of it here. It's thrift store thread. And yes, I will use it. Now, what did I do with my needle, though? I didn't put it back on the fabric. Where is it? Over here. So there's many different approaches to slow stitching. It does not have to be in a book. It could be, my goodness, it could be a pillow if you wanted it. It could be, you could slow stitch on a doll dress. You could slow stitch is just hand stitching is what it is. Gone wild. If I can get this needle threaded here. And there are some beautiful pieces out there. Just do a YouTube search on slow stitching and it'll take your breath away. It will take your breath away. Now, do I want to knot this here? I don't think so. I think I'll bring it on here first. Make a knot on the back of it. Are you on Facebook or Instagram? Who you're talking to? Kellyanne says, Aunt Beck, how do I find you to message you? And Becky says, if you're on Facebook or Instagram. I just sent you a friend request. Congratulations, Aunt Beck. I finished my Happy Meal. Yes, I saw that. She had it posted on her community tab. Becky finished her Rainbow Happy Meal book. Congratulations on that, Becky. So I am doing Daniela Mellon's Stitch With Me 2023 slow stitch project this year. And what I'm incorporating here are things that I started last year. Like I did a back stitch of the month January. I just have January and February. And then I got sidetracked. But I figure I can make use of it. No sense in letting it sit in an unfinished project. Let's put this down here. I want it up a little though. My needle there. I need to poke another hole. And it's not easy to do this all online, but I wanted to show you what I was doing with it. Let's poke another hole in there. And I'll put my needle through if I can find it. Let's see, I think I'm on the back here. Am I on the back? I'm in between. Let's go in here. Oops, and this is what kills me. I always catch my thread on the corners of the piece or I tangle my thread. Actually, I'm not that far away from this one. Let's just jump in there. It's not exactly straight, but that's okay with me. And I'm just going to kind of, let's see, do I want to go, I don't want to go up. I think I want to come down a little. And I have more of a white thread than this fabric is, but that's okay with me too. And I'm just kind of tacking this on. I'm not trying to do a beautiful stitch here. The beautiful stitch is January. And let's just keep going here. And I don't think I want, I think I want to go over here and then to here and here and maybe in there. Try to not go over my lettering. So I come up through there. And I should probably zoom in a little so you guys can see me do this. And this is the only piece I'm going to do online. And just in January, I'll put the other stuff maybe another day, or because I need to get another page. Now the other page, I think I'm going to do another page in January because I've got enough. The other page, I might actually stitch these on fabric and then attach them. And I think that's more like what she's doing. And she's been working on index cards. I'm not working on index cards. I have to have a bigger space. And those of you who sew, and if you have salvages that you saved, those would be fun to slow stitch. I was ripping some fabric yesterday, and I was thinking how fun it would be to save that salvage and slow stitch with it on it. So you might see me do something like that. So because I am stitching on cardstock, this is craft paper, and I did use Yes Paste on this. So yeah, it's kind of, I could not get my needle through this unless I poked holes in it. But that's okay. I don't mind. I was watching needlework videos before my doctor appointment yesterday. And there's some really interesting stuff going on out there. And even the seamstresses, and tailors. I found a video of a guy who's a tailor, and he actually works as a tailor. And he was talking about basting and how important it is in his craft to be able to baste. And I had to laugh because that's my mom. It's one of the things she taught me about sewing, was she always preached to me, baste it first. And of course, my mom didn't have, well, I imagine she had pins, but that's what she taught me, baste it first. So I got that from my mom. And basting is just a long running stitch to tack your fabric down so that when you do stitch it, these sewing pros like Becky and Pam, they don't need basting, but us more uninitiated, I guess you could say, we don't know where we're going next. Like, I don't know where this pinhole is. Where is it? Did I lose it? It's on the other side here. Right in here. We need to baste. I need to baste. Now, when I'm working on these postcards, it doesn't matter because I'm not trying to match fabric or, I'm not trying to get a zipper in or a seam in or a pocket in, where it would probably be more important to baste. I'm just about done here. Couple more stitches. And I'm not concerned that my stitches are beautiful and in a straight line on this project, although I do want to, I don't quilt, but I'd love to work with getting more tiny stitches and even stitches. I do with my needlework, like I was showing you that piece that I stitched. But I don't quilt, so I'm not really concerned with beautiful tiny stitches. And especially on a project like this, I'm not. Where did I go with it? I went up here somewhere. Might have to do that again. Right in there. Oh, it's kind of off of the cardboard. Right there. Oops. Oh, it caught on the corner. I can't tell you how many times I catch it on stuff. I thought I had more thread left. Okay, and then I went back down. I think I'm going to poke another hole in it. Right there. I'm getting off of the edge of the paper, but there's still fabric there. And I think, now I made my knot underneath of my fabric here when I started. So I might do that again. Let's take this off. No, that's a part of my tatting. Put it over there. Let's see if I can bring my needle. That might be a little hard, but let's see if I can go back through my fabric here, just the fabric, just the hanky, and tie a knot in there. Just like that. And I'm just going to hide my thread down underneath all these other threads, wherever my needle went off to. Get it back out again. Come on, little needle. And I'm going to snip it. Now, these scissors, I tell you, I use them for everything, not just, these are paper craft scissors. Those aren't needle scissors or fabric scissors. Now, do I want to save this needle? I think I will. And I'll put it with these pieces over here. So my hand stitching on this is I hand stitched the lace. I did the tatting. I have January. Back here, I stitched this, and you can feel it on there. I stitched this pattern fabric on as a ruffle over that photo of the little boy. And I kind of like that because it looks so Victorianish. And then I have a little tatting ring there, a little piece of lace. Now, I was going to put that doily. I have that piece of doily, but, you know, I might. Let's see what I have from here. I got this chain stitch. No, that's too long. I could put my eyes there. I could put the chevron stitch there. That's what'll go there. So let's just tack that on, and I'll call this page done. But I'm going to start another page for January, I believe. I might save that for February. But I got the word streamathon. I've got the little Nebraska piece. I've got this chain stitch. And who knows what else I can put on there. I've got another little chevron stitch here. This chevron stitch, I put little white snowballs above it for January. All right, let's straighten this out again. I like the eyes on there. And I'm still, my doctor told me yesterday, he said your eyes are kind of dry. And I didn't feel like they were dry. I guess I wouldn't know a dry eye if I saw it. He told me to get some of those artificial teardrops. But you know, it was the strangest thing. You know, I hate to say that because I think, you know, I think they did the best job they could, but I don't have clear vision yet. I think I have enough to drive. And he signed the paper for me to go get the, but it was so strange because the technician, I don't know what, if he's an optometrist or what, but he's the guy who helps out the doctor. And he gave me an eye test. You know, they put a little machine up to my eyes, a little lens type thing, and then they show eye charts across the room. And I did okay on my right eye. I did fine on my right eye. My left eye, I have trouble reading the small print, and I knew that. I knew that before I went, but I still feel like I could drive, and I think I can. But the doctor did the same test on the right eye, and I kept telling him, I said, it's not the same. He said, well, because he was testing my right eye and I was failing every one. And I said, it looks like Greek columns with white, you know, it was all blurred. And I said, it looks like a black background with white Greek columns across, you know, he was trying to get me to read the letters. And he said, well, you did fine for the other guy. And I'm saying, well, you know, it's not the same. There's something different about this eye chart. And he, you know, it's the same one. What's wrong with you? What happened between him and me, you know? And I'm going to stitch this on. I guess I want my needle. The door was open. The door to the little examination room was open. And we were talking back and forth, and, you know, I was trying to tell him there's something different about this eye chart. And I was describing it to him. Well, he went over and he shut the door, and he kind of slammed it shut. And when he did that, that eye chart cleared up. I could read everything just as clear as could be. And so I think his machine was a little wacky. I said, I see it now. I said, it's clear now. You shut the door. And I think the door, he kind of slammed it. And I think that caused his machine to, something in the machine to, it jarred the eye chart. I think the eye chart was not straight. You know, I think it was the cause of my problems. It wasn't my eyes, especially my right eye. And he recognized it, you know, the minute he shut that door. And I, you know, he gave me a couple more tests and I passed them. And he said, well, you can see out of the right eye. The left eye, I have trouble reading the small print yet. And I'm hoping, he gave a prescription for the eyeglasses. And I'm hoping the eyeglasses help with he says I've got some stigmatism. And he said the eyeglasses would help. So I'm hoping that does help. I figure if I can thread a needle, which I'm trying to do here, if I can thread a needle, I need to get it. I can surely drive a car. Now, wait a minute. I can thread a needle better than this. I'm online. Hold on. This thread needs to be snipped, I think. It's a little, the thread's a little warped. Let me snip my thread. Scissors are a little. And you're all sitting going, don't let her near a car. No, I do my needle tatting, and I do fine. I thread the needle in the sewing machine. I don't use the needle threader. I do fine. For some reason, I'm not having luck with getting this thread through here. I think it's because I'm nervous. There we go. If I can thread a needle, I can drive a car. Oh, dear me. I'm not even going to look at chat after that. Brenda says, Meri, my mom has had both eyes done. She got perfect vision in one eye, and in the other eye, she had improvement, but not quite as good as first. Yeah. Well, you know, I kind of think that I told my brother, I probably won't go see an eye doctor unless I have to. You know, if I pass that driver's test in Nebraska, I think it's 6 years before you have to renew your license again. And he doesn't talk to me about doing the right eye. And I'm kind of wary about having that right eye done until this left eye either clears up or I know what's going on with it. It could still clear up a little. And, you know, the eyeglasses might help it. And it's only the small print. It's only the small print that I have trouble with. I'm not going clear through this, should I? I could. Let's do that. Let's poke a hole. And he seems to think that the eyeglasses will help. We'll find out. We'll see. I paid enough for them. They were pretty expensive. That's life. They're nice ones. And they're bifocals. He told me to get bifocals. So I asked my brother, because my brother had cataract surgery, but the VA pays for all his stuff. And I said, do you have bifocals? And he said, I got trifocals. Oh, well, what do you need trifocals for? Well, I don't think I really need them, but that's what they gave me. Now, so I feel pretty confident that I can do, because I see the road signs fine. I see the larger stuff just fine. And on the road, where are you going to have small print, 8-point type on the road when you're driving and going even 40 miles an hour or 35 miles an hour? You aren't going to sit there and read 8-point type. If you do, you're slowing down traffic. I could understand for reading and that, but I told my brother, those glasses are so expensive. I said, I'm not going to wear those glasses around the house. I said, I'll lose them or break them or something. I'm going to still wear my reading glasses around the house here because I'm constantly misplacing my reading glasses. I have to have 10 pair. Now I think I'll just go under this. I'm not going to tack it down until I get to the center. So I'm just going to carry my thread on the back, maybe through these little stitches here. Till I get to right about there. And I think I'll only tack it at the top. This does not have to be sewn down on every little tiny stitch on every, it just has to be on the paper. So let's come through to the top here. There. And then I'll poke a hole. Here. And I'll have to poke one when I come back. And I'll go back in through that one again. No, I think I only want to go halfway through it. I'll go back, lift this up, and go under it. Got lace there, it's giving in. Don't get into the lace. Okay, okay. And I want to come down through these on the back. Oops, got caught up here. And then I'm just going to come through to the front. I'm going to tack it down over here. Get it straight. Oh, I brought it through. Well, let's see what it's doing here. Like that. And this is a chevron stitch here, only I put little French knots on each one. I called them snowballs. Because I was doing January last year. I got January done, but I didn't get February, March, April, May, June, July, and August done. But that's okay. It's okay to go and use your unfinished art in other projects. There we go. Now, I'm going to go back underneath, even though that stitch shows, we're going to go back underneath and knot it on the back and kind of get a hold of it here. Do a little knot in there. And even if it got a little loop, that's okay. We'll just carry it under. And I'll just hide my thread under there and bring it. Well, I think I will go under the lace in this case. Bring it out from underneath the lace. Just like that. I'm not going to let it show. I'm going to put it back up here under those. And then I'm going to snip it off. There we go. And where's my... Now, I think I think I'm going to call this page done. I have a little document folder that I'm keeping things in, because this won't get bound. See, I got January written over here. January. Where's my other tatting thread here? Penelope, give me a needle, please. It hid under here. Is that it? Yeah. So I'm pretty proud of this, and it will be bound here. And I was telling the gals earlier that if this gets bulky, which I tend to get bulky, I might want to put buttons or something on here. And she's going to accordion file this with the mountains and valleys. But I can put spacers in there. I could put a spacer underneath of a mountain, and that would leave space in there, or I could just put a spacer in between. And if my journal grows thick, it grows thick. I might have to bind it a different way than she does, but we'll see. And I might get some my hole protectors for this. She's using index cards, and she showed a sample where she just had kind of like a Japanese stab stitch. What do you call it? She had 2 holes, and she had a stitch going from here to here and from here to here. I don't think she had anything in there. She might have on the back. But I think I want 3 on mine. And we'll wait till February. Oops, I'm out of frame, aren't I? I'm so sorry because I can't put this. I'll bet you I was out of frame the whole time and you guys were yelling at me. Thank you, Janet. Janet, I have a sampler yet to send to you. I'm working on an envelope to go in it. And I have some little pieces I want to send with that. It might take a while to get to you. I'm going to put that in my Society of Idea Collector. Let's get out I feel like putting that in its own envelope. Let's get out my little document folder. Hopefully I have the right one here. Is this the... Yes. See, her first video was making the pages, and she does 12 of them. So that's going to be a pretty thick journal in itself, so I can't get too bulky. But then we did the accordion. She made 1 inch, and I haven't folded mine. I just folded it in the center. But I could add more accordion folds to this if I wanted it, more pages in there. Because I want to put the rest of my little January peaches. But I have this project folder that I'm keeping things in. Here's another piece of paper. And I'm just using craft paper for this. But I feel like I should put all of this in another envelope. And my pages I'll keep separate. So that's kind of the extent of what I was going to do for slow stitching today. I'm going to put these in here. I know slow stitching can be very boring to watch, so I don't do it too much here. And I like to switch out my projects. I don't like to do one thing for 3 hours. It bores me. It bores me. Let me snap this closed. Let me come out and look at chat. I still want to put these in my Society of Idea Collector. Let's give Penelope back her needle. I got some tea here. Let me come out and look at chat. Janet Nash says, good morning, Dee Dee. I'm on my walk and I was thinking about the white Barbie furniture. What an exciting base for creating. Kellyanne says, Janet, I feel the need to give Freddie a hug. Would you relay the hug to Freddie for me? Rhonda says, Mary, see Dee Dee's message above, Ray glasses. Okay, let me find Dee Dee. I'm kind of like Barb Owen in the sense that I don't see the messages when you type them because I'm off yakking. I have to come back and look. Let's look for Dee Dee. There's Becky said, be right back. I got to switch laundry out. Renee, good morning, Renee. Stitchett's here. Stitchett says, Dee Dee, I'm getting to you. Oh, Dee Dee said you should wear the correct glasses, Meri, and not switch them around. Your eyes get used to one. Becky says, I agree with Dee Dee in large caps. I know, but these eyeglasses, even with a discount, bless this doctor. Bless this doctor. He's letting me pay out of pocket. And not only is he letting me pay out of pocket, he walked over to the optician and told them to give me a discount because I was paying out of pocket. And my eyeglasses, you guys, I don't know what you pay for yours, but my eyeglasses are going to cost me, even with the discount, are going to cost me $295. I don't think I can wear them around the house because I know how rough I am on things. So I don't know. I just don't feel like I can do that. My eyes are just going to have to live with me. I'm going to have to live with my eyes, I guess, because I mean, they won't last me 2 months the way I am. And I don't have insurance to cover all that. Although I did get insurance on the eyeglasses for like scratching and stuff like that. I did get that guarantee. So I might just have to suck it up. All right, let's go back to what Stitch said. Stitchett said, did you have cataract surgery, Meri? My mom had it last year and it went well, but she had to go back and have scar tissue removed on both eyes several months after surgery. I guess it's common. Really? Oh, that's interesting. I didn't know that. Scar tissue. Well, right now they're telling me, here's the Streamathon thing. I didn't get in there. It says Streamathon. I stitched it on there. I lost my train of thought. Oh, they're telling me it's stigmatism. And I looked that up on the internet, and it said that it is common for cataract patients after surgery to develop stigmatism. And he seems to think the glasses will help. Meri, I have bicycle glasses. I can't see without them. Bicycle glasses. I don't know what bicycle glasses are. Angie, I don't know if Angie's still in here. Becky said, I think it all depends on how long you've had a cataract and how solid it has gotten when you get a ticket. Dee Dee says she wears trifocals. Oh, really? That's interesting. Well, trifocals would probably be more expensive. He recommended the bifocals. He didn't even talk to me about trifocals or anything. He said and in fact, he came into the optometrist. I switched optometrist because the ones that I used yesterday are connected right with the doctor's office, not the ones that referred. That kind of had to convince them to do that. I said, I get tired of going from one doctor to another. Can't we do this all in the same building? And he came in to the office there where I was getting my glasses after the checkup and everything. He talked to the optometrist. And before he talked to her, he talked to me and told me to get bifocals. The sticker should pop up. Then the page right up against the stick. Oh, she's talking to Angie. Meri, my mom had both eyes done, Brenda said, and she got perfect vision in one eye, and the other eye she had improvement. Yeah, I read that one. Dee Dee, some are hard to get out, Angie says. Oh, are you talking about the sticker books? Yeah, I was using those sticker books in Aunt Beck's little. What else did I say I was going to do? Art journaling, drawing, and slow stitching. What time is it? It's 6:15. Gosh, I got 3 hours to go here. Let's put these in let's put these in let's put them here. I already put the 2022 in there. This represents my YouTube channel, and this is the name of it. So this time when I put them in, I'm going to put them in with put them on the paper first. Works better. There we go. I like that a lot. Okay. So this is my last year's Society of Idea Collector. And you know, when I was showing this other piece here, where Carol McDonald last year was doing that. I don't know if she's doing it this year or not. I'm not following her anymore. But she did this piece. Now, I cut all these pieces off of here because I'm going to, this is going to be, these are the squares that we traded in February. But I was thinking about this. And in my old Society of Idea Collector, many, many months ago, I had started a project for myself, a personal timeline, and I was writing down in my Society of Idea Collector journal, and it's in my old one, my very first Society of Idea Collector journal. Everything I could remember by year. Oh, Craftalanche. Everything that I could remember by year. And I have several pages. I have a lot of memories. My first memory is of my dad was a school teacher, and he taught in a small school, and in that same school, my brother and sister was walking to school with him. They walked to school. And we just lived a couple blocks from school. What did I do with that bobby pin? Obviously, I took it out. That's not it. Let's get another one. And I wanted to go with them. I was just a toddler. I wasn't of school age yet. I probably was about 3 years old then. and they wouldn't let me go. And I can remember my mother. This is one of my first memories. I can remember my mother standing at the door of that house and calling me back into the house and saying I could go play with my dolly. That's what I remember. That's one of my first memories. Got that in too far. There. All right. And so when I was looking at that strip there, I was thinking, boy, I would still like to do that. I don't know if I would stitch it, but that personal timeline, I would like to do that, maybe on paper or something, because they're written in my old Society of Idea Collector. You know how I scribble. As many memories as I could remember, I wrote down there. Well, I'm not going to flip through this. Let me pick stuff up here. I had a craft lunch before I run over everything. Got some photographs. I was playing with tatting on that envelope. Scrap. My desk scraps fell. Let's work on that calendar before it gets too old to work with. These are all desk scraps. That's what fell. Some photographs. This looks like a tassel. I bought some sprayers at the Dollar Tree. I dug them out. Those aren't new. And I got some double-sided tape here. Let me back up a little. Yarn. I think I got it all. A couple little more scraps down here. All right. I want to work on my desk. We only got one page to do in this. Do you think I have enough to do one page? No, I got 2 pages. The 11th. We must have not worked on this yesterday. I got a tassel. Thread. Ooh, this is pretty. We'll use this. I like that cup of tea there. The best friendships mellow with age, to soothe with just the right amount of sweetness. What does 12th say? What does it say for today? That was yesterday. What is today's friendship quote? Don't paste your pages together. Just a little sticky. It says, what are friends for? Whatever either of you needs. All right, I like this a lot. I'm going to tear it though. And I think this should go on either side. Let me go down to the bottom of chat. Brenda says, good morning, Janet. Miriam, good afternoon. Hi, Miriam. Welcome, welcome, Miriam. Angie says, yes, but there's insurance out there that will pay for it all. Yeah. I don't put much. I've worked for too many insurance companies. I'm sorry. I've worked for too many insurance companies. I'd rather pay out of pocket. That's what I'm doing. Meri gets cynical sometimes. She's got a past. Meri has a past that's changed her attitude about a lot of things. All right. And I appreciate this doctor a lot. I do appreciate him a lot because he's letting me pay out of pocket. And I do appreciate that. And the optometrist is too. They're connected. Not a whole lot of doctors will do that anymore nowadays. And they're giving me a discount. I was laughing about it last night. I thought, man, they're giving me a discount because I'm paying out of pocket. Because yeah, that's what he said. That's what she told me. But I suppose yeah, he probably doesn't do that for everybody. So maybe I shouldn't be talking about it online. Somebody local might. I don't worry about anybody local listening to me. Don't tell. All right. Let's get rid of the scrappy scraps. And I think I'm down to the end of this tape. Yeah, let's throw that. I have a spot for that. I keep those tape rolls. I don't know what I'm going to do with them yet. Look, this tassel has this little pink charm on it here. I always said that looked like a girl, but it looks like an angel to me, but it's one of those pieces where you can attach things, little charms to it. But it's all pink, and it's got thread hanging, or papers hanging off of it. I don't know. It's getting to be an awful lot there. What else do I have here? I've got some of this fabric. And, oh, I'm going to have another craft-a-lunch if I'm not careful. I want this out. I have a use for that. Some more of that pink. Here's some of Becky's doodles. That's going in that Becky box. I got my Becky box out. Where did I put that? I was sorting these things out yesterday. And speaking of Becky boxes, Becky, if you're still out there listening, your box is all packed up and ready to go. It's all addressed. And my appointment was at 3:20, and I didn't get out of there till 5 o'clock, so the post office was closed. So it'll come eventually. I want to get Becky's Happy Mail off to her. She sent me a beautiful Happy Mail, a beautiful, I won her last comment contest. Sent me a hat and Crayolas and hand towels, and she even put a fabric scrap in there from Scott's lunch holder thing, lunch carrier, casserole carrier, whatever it's called. Well, I don't know. I don't want to go digging in there. Let's see. Let's just see if I can find something out here. Oh, that's from Keisha. I'm going to put that in there, but not now. How about this cluster? I made this with a postage stamp, and it's got an S on it. Doesn't really, would be nice right in there, but I'd cover up my quote. Let's grab that Sharpie pen, and this is January 11th that I'm working on. Like that. And I have these Christmas things that I wrote on, but I think one said wish. One says believe. That says Christmas. Here, is this the wish? This says wish. That could go for, that doesn't have to be Christmas. That could be anything. Wish. And this was done, I believe with a red ink pen, and I outlined it. Oh, I did it with red ink through a Tim Holtz stencil, Christmas word stencil. It did have the word wish on it. It was red ink. I sponged it on the stencil, and then I outlined it in black. I'm going to put that on here. Right, maybe up here or over here. I don't want to cover up my January. I should tear it just a little bit more. It has a natural bend to it anyway. Put it right in there. And I might put this down in here and put something over it. I've also got believe that could stay out. I don't need the Christmas ones. I've got some black thread and some gold paper. And what's this? Oh, this is cool too. That came from Rosemary. I cut these ladies. Rosemary sent me I ordered one of her extra packets that she was selling probably at the end of December. Might have been earlier than that. She was selling things she had left from making the caboodles, and those came in that. I think I got one of the last ones. All righty. Got a piece of gold. What is, I got 25. What does this one say? Joy. Joy could go any day of the week. Put that back in. Maybe a piece of paper like this. Doesn't show up much. I like this little scrap, but I might have to use it on another page which shows up better. I'm debating here. I kind of like that. Put this other one up above. So what if I get out the art glitter glue and learn how to use it? Because I could use it on this little stuff. I'm going to tuck all this stuff back in before it falls. I'll need something for the next page. But I'm so good at knocking things over. Let's get out the art glitter glue. And I found one of my scribble journals. I write these little scribble journals. I'm out of frame again. I write these little scribble journals, and this one I started in August 22nd, August 21st, and I wrote until September. And here's where I was planning my Inktober page stencil, and what I would put on the Inktober pages here. And then I started again last night, and I was talking about going to the eye doctor, and then in big caps I put, "We will see," pun intended. We will see what happens. All right, let's get out that art glitter glue that some generous soul, where did I put it? I put it over here on my rack. Let's learn how to use art glitter glue. And Becky sent a little baby bot. But and I put the little metal cap. Let's put this over here for now until I learn. I don't think I need this right away. I think this is refill. But I think I need to put the metal cap on here. Let's put this back. And I got the metal cap in my drawer. And let's see, does it give me instructions? Pull off spout cover. Do not cut. Firmly screw on metal tip. Only use stainless pin. Sewing pin will rust glue. Soak tip in boiling water if clogged, and blow out twice before reattaching. Okay, I read the directions. It's stapled there. And stapled underneath of the label. Let's see if I can get it this way. And stapled underneath of the, cut it. Cut it, Mary, cut it! Where are my scissors? Hiding under my journals. We'll save that for my calendar. Put it in the desk drawer. Let's get that out again. Pull off spout cover. So that must be this little black thing. Is that the black one? Does that come off? Or is it the whole thing? It looks like it's the whole thing. I need my pliers. Oh. Okay. Wait a minute. I got to see what's what here. And there's the pin. Pin in there. Does that go on top of it? Do not cut. Firmly screw on metal tip. So does it go there? Hi, Renee. Welcome, Renee. That doesn't feel right. Let's see what's inside of this. Oh, that's closed. Pull off spout cover. I did that. That was this. I wonder if this comes off. I wonder if this comes off here. It feels like it should. The tip probably has to puncture the top when you screw it on. Oh, right here. This one here. Am I doing that right, Becky? Well, this is, am I putting that right over this? I've got the metal tip and I got the, I'm got the spout cover here. It looks like this little thing might come off, but I'm not sure about it. It says you screw that on like that. Am I right or wrong? I see the hole. It looks good. I can see through it. I see white paper underneath of it. Let's put the pin in it. It doesn't feel firm though to me. Maybe I have to. I am imagining the metal tip pierces, but I don't know because I don't use it. Oh, okay. Okay, let's see. Where's that needle? I think there's a hole in there. Let me see. It fits in there. It fits in there pretty good. Well, not. And let's see, does this go on over it maybe? No, that won't go on after you got this on. I'd be afraid I'd lose that. Maybe you take the tip off when you're done. I don't see people taking the tip off. I see people with fancy. Let's see if this works. Lisa and Tanya would know exactly what to do. Yeah, but they're not here. I could look it up on the internet. We'll put that right there for now. Let's see if I can get anything to come out of here. This is pretty firm. I'm a little bit wary about putting that pin in there because it doesn't stay. But I could probably pull that tip off, but I don't see people pulling that tip off. I wonder how many people buy a bottle and just snip the tip without reading anything. Well, probably a lot of us. Okay, let's see. There's my reading there. Where's my pen? I don't want to lose that pen. Let's put it on this. No, let's put it on this envelope so I don't lose it. Everything else is, all right, let's try. That looked like it was the cap. Oh, that held the little metal tip. And it had a base to it too. I guess the base I don't see it here. Well, I'm not going to worry about that. This one on the, let's see if I can get anything out here. Oh, it glues fine. I wonder if I have to have this down further. It feels secure on there. What doesn't feel secure is the needle. The needle feels like it would fall out. And they say this is fast drying. Is that the selling point? And let's see. I see other people have, they probably get a special pin for this. They say don't put a sewing pin in there. But that feels pretty loose to me. Let's tip it and see if it falls. Shake it a little. I guess you have to be careful with it, because I can't put this cap back on here. It looks like it's wearing a hat, a cone hat. Let's try a piece of fabric on my calendar. Oh, no, let's just put a piece of fabric here, a black fabric. I want to try, see how all this stuff works. Let's tear this. And let's tear this. Put that there, put this black fabric here, just to do a little collage envelope here. It's just an envelope. We'll see how it works. All right, I got my pin in it. So if I take my pin out, I want a special place to put this so I don't lose it. Because they say don't use a sewing pin because it'll rust. So you think Meri can keep track of that? All right. I do think it's working here. It's giving me glue like I would expect. It's doing a nice job of that. And I'm not going to try to smush it down. But I'm going to put it in here. Let's put it over a little. Right there. Now I want to take this piece of fabric and that, of course, I guess the advantage to having this is if you want corners here, if you want to get in the corner, you can get up in there like you should and get your corners down. And let's see how it works on this piece of fabric. We're going to put that right in here. Or like that. Or like that. I like it up at the top. We'll put something there. We'll test it on the fabric. This fabric has a fold in it too. It was seamed there. And I'm going to put some underneath to hold that down. And now I do feel like I could clog that up pretty easy. Knowing Meri and the fine liner. I think this needs, I would want that to be on there really secure. All right. I think I wanted it like this. And I'll let that set for a minute. All right, let's see what it's doing. Then they say the advantage of this is that it sticks, but I can still pull it up just like I could with Yes if I want to rip it up. Same with Yes paste. What I like about Yes paste is it has a open time to it. You can still pull this up, but I don't know about readjusting it. But it's an experience using this. And I like the fine tip that I can get in. Let's see, what else can I put? I'm going to save these directions. I'll put that back in my drawer. Let's see what else I can put on here. I could put my wish on there. I don't know if I want to, though. I wanted that to go in my journal, in my calendar. Let's dig something out of here. Or maybe I have something over here. I have more stuff to put on in my journal. Here, let's put this strip of fabric. This is off of that postcard fabric, or postage stamp fabric. I tore pieces to go into my journal. I didn't have time yesterday to stitch them down. Let's put this up here. And this time, let's see, this time I'm going to put it on the paper and put the fabric down on it, because the fabric's kind of crinkly. I'm wondering if I have to put that pin back in it every time. I'm wondering if that matters. And I'm wondering if how much I need. I don't know what I did with my pin. I put it up there. Uh-oh. I'm going to have to get something else to put on the bottom here. I missed it. See, I want to pull it around. After I put stuff down, I'm still placing it. Let's put, what else do I have over here I can put on there fast? Another piece of, how about this string? Let's put some of this on it. Let's see what it does with this. I need my scissors. And I'm also interested in how it dries, because I'm pretty sloppy. I confess I'm sloppy. So this fabric has a natural bend to it. Here, look at that natural bend. I'm wanting to put it up this way. Let's see if that glue will hold it down. How strong it is with the grip. They say that it's strong, and or what I hear about it. Let's see if it can hold on to this natural pull of that string. I'll hold it there for a minute or a few seconds. Looks like it is. Well, that impressed. No. Now, when I move it, it pops up again. I just wanted to see how it would hold against the resist like that. Let's hold it there. Who wants to do socks, Becky says. Socks? How are you doing socks, Becky? Roy says, I'd probably worn him out. He's 62, and aside from being a doctor, he has a farm. He wants to farm more and enjoy his grandbabies. I did make him cry. I told him he can't retire until I expire. Roy, who are you talking about? Laura says, I find unless I have that glue jewelry on it, I was constantly losing that darn pin. Oh, do you put jewelry on the pin, Laura? Do you keep the pin and put jewelry on it? Is that what they do? Yeah, because I was afraid I'd lose this. I put it on a paper for now, but... All right, I've got to see what Roy said. Renee says, I'm sorry, AB. AB is Aunt Beth. I have read aloud some of your new type 2 meds that are coming out and the unreasonable costs. Oh, wow. Becky says, I'm going to drag you all back to my bedroom so I can fold clothes. You all can help. Oh, there's the socks things. Well, that holds that pretty good if I hold on to it for a few minutes. I'm not sure that my other glue would have that type of hold. Let's do one on the other side just for fun of it. And I'll try to get a natural bend on it. And good morning, Laura. It's good to see you. And Stephanie G is here. Janet Nash says, okay, we'll help Becky. It will dry out if you don't. Oh, if I don't put the pin back in it right away, it will dry? Is that what you're saying? Laura said, I found that unless I had that glue jewelry on it, I was constantly losing that pin. There's Mitzi. Hi, Mitzi, and Stephanie G, and Renee. Mitzi says hi to Kelly. Laura said, yes, Mary, I have the jewelry on the pin, and then it is... So did you put the jewelry on the pin yourself? Did you actually put jewelry on here? How did you ever do that? Mary says, I'm not a beater. I try. I twist my wire. Just ask Dee Dee. Use beading wire, Mary. What was I doing? I was trying to thread a thread through those beads. And Dee Dee was sitting there. Is Mary going to listen to me? Use beading wire, Mary. Use beading wire. I frustrate her. I frustrate Dee Dee and Bent Beck, not intentionally, but I get a giggle out of it. No, I bought it on Etsy. Oh, you did? I bought it on Etsy, the glue jewelry, but it appears to be easy to do. Oh, really? So somebody did it and you bought it from them. Now, see, this has that natural bend, too. It wants to come up. But let's see if I can't just come around here with my... And I'm just going to follow the curve here. Follow the curve, and then I'm going to put it up this way and see what happens. And we'll start up here with the curve. And I think I'll probably have to hold this for a few minutes. It's holding this nice after I held it down for a few minutes. Let's just follow the curve. Becky's folding laundry. I did all my laundry I earlier this week. We've got some kitchen towels that need to be done, but all the bath towels and one load of kitchen towels are done. Let's just hold on to that for a little bit. Have a great day, Laura. Bye, Laura. Oh. Renee says, have a great day. I didn't see Laura leave. Oh, Laura says, good morning. I only have a few minutes of work. She works today, but I wanted to come in and art with you for a few. Thanks for your happy voice. Ah, Laura. She says, I have 15 more minutes. Yay. All right. She says, I'm not leaving yet. Don't kick me out. We're not kicking you out. Brenda said, Laura, I almost drowned Mary in dishwater last week. I was watching. Oh, you drowned. Is that what happened? Oh, you know, something happened. I should message Lindsay and tell her. I was watching The Frugal Crafter, not last night, the night before last. I already told this story, but I was watching the Frugal Crafter, and I had the phone up on the little clamp that holds it, and the clamp was hooked onto my TV tray. I wasn't even touching the phone. I had to be through. I was crocheting, and it dialed 911, and it really did dial them. And I heard it dialing, and I'm going, what is it doing? And I saw the 911 emergency number, and I'm going, oh no, it's dialing 911, 911. And going, what is this? I really do wonder if it was a spam thing or a troll thing, you know, uh, oh, a virus. I don't know. But then I thought, well, you know, it could have been an electrical surge or something. I don't know. But I had to turn off my phone to get that to hang up. I had to turn the phone off. I couldn't hang it up. And I finally got the phone rebooted. I think Becky's right here. If we don't put that pin back in, it's going to clog it up. Let's put that pin back. Let's get this unclogged. Anyway, about 5 minutes later, I have to commend them. They were really fast. I got a knock at the door. Is everything all right in there? I felt so bad. I felt so guilty. I think I need one of those jewelry pins here. This is definitely not going to do the trick for me. Let's put a line of glue here and a line of glue here. Now I could see using the fine liner, but it's probably not, I probably would not be using the same adhesive. And while that's sitting there, I'm going to put this pin back in. You're going to get practice putting that pin back in. And you probably only use this for special stuff. Otherwise, you use your Yes paste or your, does this one go over here maybe? No, it cuts that way. But I just want to test it and see what it's doing here. We should put a tat on here too, shouldn't we? I got some out here. What did I do with them? Now, whoops, what did I do? You almost turned you guys off. Brenda dumped me in the dishwasher the other day. Here, I've got some tats. Some practice. Whoops, there goes some thread. I got some practice tats here. I don't know if those are the ones I want to use, though. I've got some more, don't I? Or over here. This is my longest one. I did 6 rings in a row. I'm so proud of it. I'm still learning to do them. It looks pretty clumsy, but I was pretty proud of that. Here's where I've got 2 going on here. Oh, I could glue those down with that glue too, couldn't I? I got 1 there. Let's use that. Let's clip the little strings. Now, on my tats, I do knot them at the base, so I can clip them fairly close. I don't know if I want to clip them too close, but fairly close. And I don't want to clip there because that's part of the ring. Clip here. And we'll glue my tatting down on this. And that's tatting there. Renee says, I'm going to have to hand stitch later today. I have 2 doctor appointments today. 1 in the morning and 1 in the late afternoon. Yeah, take your hand stitching. I could have taken it yesterday. We were supposed to be there at 3:20 and we got there in plenty of time, but they were busy. And here's something you guys might inform me about. The doctor told me, I asked him, I said, you guys seem so busy. And he said they were. And I said, my brother and I were laughing because we sit out there and we watch people come out of the office and we go, when is it going to quit, you know? Because he's quite a busy doctor. And he said it's not going to get any better. And I said, well, what do you mean? And he said, most of the eye doctors, the ophthalmologists, are retiring and they don't have enough people coming on. And I thought that was very interesting. I thought, well, there's an opportunity for a bright young med student go into ophthalmology. But boy, you probably have to have nerves of steel and steady hands, even with the equipment that they have today. Just think if you were operating on an eye and slipped, hiccuped or something. That would scare me to death. I trusted this doctor but I do think he might be thinking about retiring, because he said they're retiring, and I'm going, I'll bet he's thinking about retirement. I got some of this gold here. And he's not a young man, but he's not an old man either. Let's tear off a little gold. Gotta have gold, gold, gold. But I thought that was interesting that he thought that the youngsters were not jumping it up, you know, that there was going to be a shortage of ophthalmologists, people to operate on the eyes. That's what he said. He said it's not going to get any better. What did Laura say? Yes, Janet, the paper folding is relaxing. Brenda said, Meri, Tracy Fox Creative has a glue pen dangle tutorial. So do others. I'd be willing to bet you have everything to make one. Really, Brenda? Tracy Fox Creative. I will check her out. Tracy Fox Creative. Let me do the Dee thing and write this down. Let me put my pen down. I learn a lot from that, Dee. You can learn a lot from a Dee. Tracy, Tracie. Fox Creative. Pin dangles. Thank you, Brenda. Because I'm sure to lose that pin. What did I do with it? It's not in the paper. Is it in the bottle? Yes. Oh, it scared me for a minute. It's not on the paper. Where is it? It's in the bottle. Where am I going to put this? I was thinking under. Just fits. What's this other one skinnier? Let's put this one there. I do like that it has a real fine stream of glue. I do like that. But my fine liner, my blue capped fine liner has a fine line too. So I think it's the glue that's making the difference. Put this in here for a moment. And I would not trust giving Penelope that pen. She'd probably eat it. Penelope would probably eat that pen. She says, yes, Meri, it looks delish. All right, let's put this one over here. Like that. Okay. That looks kind of weird there, but it looks like two eyes. Oh, I got that Google button. What did I do with that Google button? Just for fun. I think it's in here. Where is it? Shake all this out to find that googly button. Maybe I can. Maybe I can find it. I don't see it. There it is. Look, I put Google eyes on this button. Hee hee. Looks like a little piggy there. Piggy with boobs. Oh, Meri, shame on you. Let's put it up here. Now it looks like a little character. Now he needs hands. Maybe if I put it down a little. Oh, I kind of like it. Looks like a little monster. Let's put all this back in before I... Oh, I got some tissue paper. Yeah, let's put it back in or I'll get down a rabbit hole here. And I like this. I tore this out of a magazine, I think, that was talking about investing. And it says, caution, sell your gold with care. I laughed about that. I said, all right, I will. I'll sell all my gold with care. Oh, let's see what else I have here. I got time buttons, my pretty ladies. Now I should put some of this stuff back in here. I want something for arms. I like that button there. It's going to go there. Let me put all this stuff back in, clear off my desk a little. And on this sack, I don't care if it gets crammed in. Because I'll deal with it when I want to put it on the calendar or whatever. I just wanted to try out the art glitter glue, see what it was all about. I have this crocheted piece that's kind of thick. Oh, I didn't get that all the way. Let's throw that away. And what is this? These are snippet threads, I think. Put that in. Throw my little snippet threads away there. This is some tissue paper. I like all the little arrows there. I'll put that, fold that up. This is going to go in my tatting journal. This is the longest ring I've made yet. I'm so proud of it. And I'll tell you, this was one piece of thread, and it was 5 or 6 yards. When you get to using long yardages of thread, it's like binding a journal with a long piece of thread. Cut off the skein. I haven't learned how to tat off of the ball yet. I'm still in the learning stages. I could cut, where's that black? I could cut black arms. Ooh, I could do bottle arms. No. Let's get that black paper out. Where did I put it? Over here. What do I have more? This was a tassel. I'm going to put that back in there for now. I don't think I need this anymore. It won't hold anything. And my staple remover needs to go in here, so I know where it's at. And this was what that little metal tip came in, and I don't see, I thought it had a black cap to it, but I don't see that. There's my pen. These will go on my calendar. I'm going to put these, tuck them in here. I guess I'm done with, I'll come back and work on this again tomorrow. I want to get it off my desk. Get this. Put that in the sack too. I'm still looking for something to put on my little monster, my button monster there. I've got Angie's yo-yos. I got this little piece. my cluster. And that's double-sided tape. And I'm not sure what I'm going to do with that cap. Let's pull this black out. Make arms for him. What have I done here? Hold the phone. Tuck all this at the back. Okay. Let me get the calendar off my desk. Ha! I can breathe again. All right. Oh, there's that little cap. I think I'll save that. I might need to put the metal back in it. Maybe I should put no, I'm going to put the pin in there. I'm going to save this out. Put it in my drawer. So we want little arms. I'll put that there. Let's cut some little strips here. I'll have thin arms. He should be tatting. He should be tatting. Could I make him tatting? I'm not going to fool with that. What do I want him doing? It has to be visible. And he needs a little red smile. This arm looks like it goes up here. Like that. Oh, is he dancing? Bring it down a little. Like that. No, up a little. He needs a smile. He's got 2 nostrils and 2 eyes. I think I'm going to put him on. Oops, I probably chatted too long on this. Let's see if it holds this button on there. We'll use a significant amount of it. I think I'll put that pin back in it. Find the, got glue on the top of it there. There we go. Put it right in there, I think. I'm not sure about his arms. Those could be shoes. He needs a little red smile. Might be too big. Oh, dearie me. Got big lips. What big lips you have. Renee says she's trapped on the couch with 3 little doggies. I'll bet they're cute. And I say, don't leave us alone. get it. He's got a crooked smile. I'm just placing it. I'm not gluing it yet. Aw, I think he's cute. I don't know about the placement of the arms, though. This one has to go up because it's got that natural slant. That button is on there. That button's not going anyplace. All right, where's this one going? Out? It's both of them kind of blend in with the black. Kimberly says, no, Scott, I didn't run. Aunt Beck. What did Aunt Beck says? I need to go to the bank at 9. And it'll be 8 o'clock here in about a half an hour, a little over a half an hour. So that'll be 9 o'clock Becky's time. Kimberly, Janet says, good morning, Kimberly and Beefy. Roy says, Kim, looks like he's waving. Becky says, I will drive the truck. Kimberly says, good morning, Roy. Renee says, I do mean trapped. The one kicked me in my bad knee while the other one was asleep. Now I'm icing it. Oh, dear. Oh, my. Renee got kicked in the knee by their dog. Renee, they understand. Becky said, I'm back at the table with Howie, curled up in the crook of my right arm. I can just see that. When those animals, when those Becky's, Howie, Tippy, and Callie, and every occasionally little Bernadette, get into the picture, they're into the picture. I'm looking to see here, got some more postage stamp fabric. It's got a 35 on it. Could he be holding something? Up here, maybe. Up here. Let's snip that off. It's got a little stamp above it. This was 35 cents, probably. Let's snip off that 35. Maybe up a little. And this is not glued down yet. If I put that there, no, I've got to put it underneath. So I put his arm here. Maybe it needs to be on some red so it'll stand out. He's going to be holding this 35 cents. Let's do it over in this corner. Let's glue it on there first. Now, I don't think I can put this in the mail. I don't think that this would mail, even if I addressed it on the other side. However, I'm willing to put it in an envelope if somebody wants to win this. This is just scrap. I'm just playing. I want to experiment with my glitter glue. All right, let's put this hand down first. This is going to go in here, but the hand has to go on there first. And I'm going to tear it just a little shorter. And so it will go right about to there. Whoops, what did I do with it? I've got my pretty ladies here. So I'm going to come right about to here. And it seems to be, his lip isn't glued down yet either. And what should we call him? Button Monster? Button Monster? B-U-T-T-O-N? button man. He's going to be holding this little 35-cent sign. It says postage, postus. P-O-T, I don't think that's A-G-E, I think it's E-S. I'd have to get the full stamp. I'll cut it off of one of these. So what shall he hold over here? Let's put his lip on him. Let's put a little down in here. I'm tired of that lip. There we go. And do I want this going this way or this way? Kind of like it going up. And I got this pink left from the calendar. What I need is an envelope. A tiny little envelope. Maybe a piece of, maybe even a list. A list. He's holding on to a list. And what is the list going to have? Happy Mail list. Happy Mail. I was thinking friends, but I don't want to put any real names on it. So let's put John. These are real names, but they're not our names. John. Laura says, hello, Janet. I've been here long. I haven't been here long. Janet was welcoming everybody in. Let's put John, Sally, Patty. There might be a Patty around here. Patty, Sue. There we got a couple Sues. Sue, Marge, and Paul. These are his Happy Mail friends here. And he's going to be holding this list. Maybe down a little further. I'm going to tear this off. Ah. All right, let's put some glue here. This is just scrap. It's just scrap. And look, see, it's got postage behind there. So a Happy Mail list is perfect for this. Put some more glue on there. And I'll put it up a little so it doesn't get into the tatting. Happy Mail, Happy Mail. Becky's box will go out either today or tomorrow, depending. I told my brother, it's out in my brother's car. And we didn't make it to the post office because I got tied up at the doctor's office. But I told him that when he went to get mail today, I'd go with him because I want to mail Becky's package. But I don't know, I might fall asleep. If I fall asleep, Becky, I'll try to get it out this afternoon. If I don't get it out this afternoon, tomorrow. Look at, this is the little Happy Mail monster. That's what I'm going to write on here. Little Happy Mail monster. Little Happy Mail Man, I'm going to call it. Little Happy Mail Man. Happy mail, an M-A-I-L, mail, and then space man. Ah, that was fun. Let's have a giveaway. If you want to win this little happy mailman, and I'll throw in some little tatting here. I got a ring of 3 here and a ring of 3. I'll throw these in. And I'll put them in another envelope to send them to you because I don't think this will go through the mail. And you can, if you win this, if you play and win this, you can snip this thread shorter and this thread shorter. Don't snip these or you'll break the tie here. I got 2 of them here, and I left them long because you might want to do something with them. I would put these on ATCs or maybe even a coin ATC on a envelope. He looks like shoes here. Well, I think I'll leave it. I think I'm done. Let's do a giveaway. If you want to win the little mailman, let me get a piece of paper. And I'll get this out. International's welcome to play. If you're international, I'll mail it out international. Did I put that pen back in there? Because I don't think that'll take much international. No. Let me get a piece of paper. I had to stand up. I need to get more exercise. Like Becky says, we need to get more exercise. All this winter weather is getting to me. I should just even go out and walk around the yard a little. All right. This is what we're doing for a giveaway. And this won't take long to put in a envelope and send out. Let's get my little strings. The strings can be cut, but I'm leaving them on. All right. And these I'm going to get a darker pen. All right. So this is January 12th. Happy Mailman. Happy Mail Man envelope. This pen's about done for. Do I have another one? And if you want to play, I will send this international if you want. And you don't have to use it. You can trash it. You can give it away. You can put it in your art journal. You can do it after it leaves my house. It's not mine anymore. It's whoever wins it. I don't care what happens to it. I do care, but you know, it's really out of my hands. So the number is going to be, let's see, there are 35 in here. If you're out lurking, want to win this little funny little happy mailman. I was playing with, I was learning to use this art glitter glue. So, and it seems to really hold it fine. Like I put that button down. Let's lift the envelope up. I've got plenty of time here. It seems to, it's an envelope. Maybe I'll slip something inside the envelope. But I'll put this envelope in another envelope because I don't trust that going through the mail. The googly eyes will probably fall off. It's got a button with googly eyes and big red lips and little button nose there. I practiced putting strings on there just to see if the art glitter glue would hold that pull, the natural pull of that cord. It's kind of a string cord, and it does hold it very nice. The other day I was playing with my tatting, drawing tatting, and I just drew it on the corners of this envelope. This is a piece of fabric, and he's holding, I think it says POSTES 35. So he's holding that in one, and he's holding a happy mail list here that just has none of our names on here. And I'm giving you 2 pieces of tatted rings here with 3. You can play with them, do whatever you want with them. Put them on in your junk journal, on an ATC, on a tag, whatever. So there are 35 of you in here. Let's make the range. Let's put 2023 here for my future. The range is 1 to 100. Don't put in a number till I type in go. International are welcome to play, 1 number only, but you can delete your number if you find that you're too close to another number or they're too close to you. Let me zoom out just a little here so you're not seeing it all. I don't mind if you delete numbers. Whoops, got me in there. I don't mind if you delete numbers. I don't mind if you want to play for somebody else. Well, that's not. If you want to play for somebody who you'd like to receive it, I just need their address. If I don't have their address, I can't send anything to them. I still got happy mail to send out to Janet Nash and Sherry Van and Sharon Lombard and who else? Those 3 for sure. Becky's is ready to go. Sherry's is ready to go. Arlene. So, and Tina. I have some, yeah, Tina. Tina won that sampler. So, if you want to change your number, you're welcome to change your number until I say stop. Watch for duplicates. Let somebody know if they have your number, and if you have somebody's number, try to get it changed. If you don't get it changed, it'll be the first number that shows up in the list. Did I cover it all? I think I did. So, let me type in the range and don't put any number in. And even if you don't want it, you can still play. If you don't want it, send it off to somebody. I would appreciate if you wouldn't trash it. Send it back to me if you don't want it, and don't send it to anybody. I don't mind getting it back if you can't stand it. Oh dear. All right. The range is 1, 2, and I'm laughing about that because let me tell you a little story. Let me finish this and I'll tell the story. When I first started working, let me hit the send. All right, go. When I first, bye Becky. Somebody put in a number for Becky. When I first started working, I worked with a gal in an office setting, and we both worked for the same boss, and there was kind of like a little unspoken competition between us. I felt it. I don't know if she felt it or not, but she invited me over to her house for supper once, and I'm sure she doesn't know me from Eve anymore. She's off in her own world, but she invited me over to supper, and I thought, well, what are we going to talk about? But so I took a couple of my Afghans. I was crocheting granny square Afghans, and I had this white one. It was really pretty. I liked it. I was going to keep it for myself. It was all white granny square, and it just had little black centers to it. And I think about it now, and I sure hope I got the ends all tied in right. I was putting fringe on it, and I had about a foot of fringe left to put on the short end of one end. That's all I had left to do on it. And I was showing it to her, and I was showing her the other one, and we were talking, and um, the subject come up. I said, well, do you want this? And she accepted it from me, and I gave it to her because, you know, I felt prompted, even at that time, to give it to her. And a couple weeks later, she messaged me, emailed me, and wanted to give it back to me. I thought, oh no, is it that bad? And I think it was more she just felt guilty taking it, because it was a nice Afghan. It was white, and I liked it because it was white and you know, had those black centers, and it was just, to me, it was just my thing. And she wanted to give it back, and I kind of got irritated with her. I said, if you don't want it, give it to Goodwill. I never heard from her again since then. And I don't know. That was just me at that time. It was a story in my life. So after telling that, if you don't want this, you're going, I don't know if I'm going to give it back to Meri or not. Yeah, I'll give it to Goodwill. Goodwill would probably throw it out, go, what is this? But if you don't want it, pass it along, you know, give it to your kid, let them play with it, put it in a junk journal, mail it to a friend and say, does this look strange to you or what? Okay, let me go get a random org here while I'm chatting. That was just a story out of my past. Not all my stories are happy stories. I would say that kind of medium. I look back on it now and I laugh about it. I laugh about it now. Let me get out of this. Let me find my random org thing here. Random org sequence number generator. And let me clear it. I have to go back to clear it. This is an old one. And it's between 1 and 100. And let me stand up. I'll turn the lights down. Whoops, I dropped the cord. I get a kick out of this. Advisory. We only operate services from the random org domain. Other sites that claim to be operated by us are imposters. If in doubt, contact us. And I wonder if an imposter puts that up there. Anyway, it's between 1 and 100. I was going to turn the lights down. Hold on. Let me get rid of my notifications. And turn the lights down here. It's already down, but there we go. And between 1 and 100, and I'm going to get sequence. First number is 46. Who's closest to 46? Let me plug you back in, or else I'll lose all the juice. There we go. Who's closest to 46? Let me turn the lights up here again so I can see chat. Who am I sending this off to? Stitch it with 41. Well, Pam, is that your number, Pam? Is that your name, Pam? Stitch, are you Pam? I'm sure I don't have your address. Get your address to me as soon as possible. It probably won't go out today anyway, because I'll have to get it, you know, I'll have to put it in an envelope, make sure I have these things with it. I'll probably put something inside of it. So the number was 46, right? 46, and Stitch Pam. Let me put my email in here. It should pop up. There it is. There's my email address. I am also on Facebook as Meridel Abrams, if you want to message me on Facebook. Stitch Stitch It. Is that it? Stitch It. Stitch It, Pam. So I'm going to put need address. It will go out this week because I am planning on doing some mailing. I'm at least going to get Becky's and Sherry Vann's out. Janet's is not too far away from being done, and so is Sharon Lombard's. I still have to work on Tina's. And I want to send something to Kathy Whitney because she chose Janet. So thank you for playing. Let's see, it's almost 8 o'clock. Let me just take this and let me put a cardboard under it. Well, no, just wait, hold it. What's this? This is my email from my mail envelope from Dee Dee. We'll put this under it and we'll move these. And this isn't going to go anyplace. It's only these that could fall. And I will put this somewhere behind me. Oops, I knocked my paintbrushes over. Me. There. And that's just a fun little, it's just a fun little thing to play with while I was testing this fine art glitter glue. I don't know about this cap. I guess if you ever want to pull that metal off, I'm going to leave the pin in it like that and put it back over in here. I'll only use it for special stuff. Like when I want to glue down a button like that. I thought it did a really good job on that button. So, let's see. I had a list in here of things I wanted to do today. Let's see how far I got. Oh, I wanted to mention that I have a Facebook group, Fibdiggity. Several of you are members. I miss chatting out there with folks in a chat room, so I decided to open my own, and I'm just going to do it on a trial basis, and I'm only going to do it for an hour, maybe once or twice a month. And so I did a poll out there, and it seems like Saturday is the best day, and I put it at 10 o'clock Central to 11 o'clock Central. So if you want to come and if some of you I haven't met, you don't have to stay the whole hour. If you don't want, you can come and, like you do in chat, just come and say hello. I'm going to be working on paper dolls. It's not a themed meeting. It's not a theme. We're not all going to work on paper dolls. If you want to work with me for an hour, just bring your own art. But I miss meeting some of you and chatting to some of you. So I wanted to mention that I'm opening that room for an hour. Now, not everybody can make it at that time. If you can't make it, that's quite all right. I don't know who can make it and who can't, but if you can make it, I'd like to meet you. Let's see. So I just wanted to announce that. That's January 14th is coming Saturday from 10 a.m. to 11 a.m. Central. And I am going to close it at 11. No matter what we're doing, I don't want it to linger on. I just want to do a little short meet and greet thing. I wanted to do the slow stitch. I did that. I showed my needlework. I put old needlework, my scroll. And then this was a question I was asking myself with slow stitch, and I kind of chatted about it earlier, about being pure slow stitch being only on fabric, or could you incorporate paper and stuff? And I think I found the answer. I kind of chatted about that earlier. I don't want to go back into that long spiel. So let's move my holly candle. I didn't light it today. Let's put it across over here. Let's move my tea off my desk. Take a little drink of it. And Becky ran off to do some errands, I think. Meri, see Laura above. Thank you, Janet. Laura says, Meri, I sent... Oh, Laura, thank you so much. Bless your heart, Laura. You send me the neatest things. Laura sent me this. She sent me... That art glitter glue is not cheap, Laura. This is not cheap. She sent me a Tim Holtz tiny attacher. Bless your heart, Laura. May your art cart get blessed. When you do stuff like that, all of you, I mean, I get the neatest things from you guys. And I just, you know, I just pray that your art cart would be blessed, that you would get things that you want, you know. Just, that's the only way I can say it. May your art cart be blessed. I'm going to sketch in my big book. I've been working on, was it Jan Glines, posted a picture of Harriet Beecher Stowe, and I don't think I've captured her yet. Now let me zoom out because you're not going to see it all. And I like to work in this big book. Brene Little Red Wagon gifted me, talk about neat things. Well, excuse me for giving you a ride. I don't think I improved it any. Let me see if I can go out just a... Now I want to come in just a tad. There. Whoops. And then I hit the camera. Gave you a ride. I'm so sorry. But I am so enjoying working in this. Now I'm going to have to move you guys off of my little stand because I want to use my phone on it. And I want to practice Harriet Beecher Stowe. I just about had her the other day, but I was looking at her. Let me turn this phone on, get rid of my notifications, go out to my... I already have her in my gallery. So here she is. And I think if I... There. But let me move you guys. And this is a public domain image, so I'm comfortable sketching from it. Yeah, I get you guys set up over here on this other stand. But I don't think I've quite captured her. I almost have her, but not quite. And I put a little Play-Doh container under this cover to... So, and I kind of do flips here. This was the very first little girl that I sketched off of a photo, and I practiced her a couple times. I'm using S-gel pens. Talk about getting neat stuff. Sherry Van asked me what I like to draw with. What did I draw these with? And I told her I drew them with those S-gel pens, those soft, those Sharpie S-gel pens, and they are water soluble. I love it that they're water soluble because I can get all this. It's hard to get tonal values, even with the inks in here. You kind of have to work at it. So this lady I sketched off of a photo, and I was playing with her eyes over here. I actually think I did better my first time, but... And this lady I'm working with, this is just some scratch paper I keep in the book in case I need it. This is my squirrel. I'm working on getting the tilts of heads. This lady is this lady, but she's got her head tilted. And I did not get that there. I got her looking straight on. And this is the only animal I have in here. But I would like to start sketching animals. And I think I'm going to start. I left off with, I was sketching Norma, Branson Norma's kitty cats. And I think I'll try sketching those again. And this is the same lady. I've got the tilt of the head. The mouth is just horrible. But I like her except for her mouth. But, and this lady is the same as this lady, only she's younger. And these are Samuel Clemens, Mark Twain's daughters. I got all these off a wiki. This is Susie Clemens, and this is Claire Clemens. And that's Martin Luther King Jr., first sketch of it. This is Mark Twain. And I know he looks angry there, but he looked angry in the photo. I do think I probably caught him there. This is Thomas Nash, but I didn't like this area of his head here. And so I tried to make it a little more full in here, but I still think I could have gone a little bit further. Two different sketches of the same man. They look different. So this is just me learning. This is Martin Luther King Jr. again. I actually do like this. I actually like this one of him. I think I captured him. And if you could see it up close, if you can, and who was it who told me? I don't know if I can do it on my tablet. No, I can't do it on my tablet. But somebody told me in the chat yesterday that they could extend their video and make it go zoom in. Now, I can do it while I'm streaming, but I had never seen while I was watching a video where I could zoom in. And I was thinking about it yesterday. I'm going to try it. And by golly, it worked. So I really, whoever told me that yesterday, thank you, because I really appreciate that. Because sometimes I want to see something and I can't, you know, at the angle and the shot that it's at in a video. It could be a movie I'm watching and I just want to see something more. You can zoom in on these newer smartphones. I don't know if you can zoom in on, I can on my tablet. I cannot. This is William Allen Rogers. He's a political cartoonist. He's working on a cartoon there. This one turned out pretty good. And here's where I'm studying Harriet Beecher Stowe. Now on here, I think I made her look younger. And what I was saying, oh, I don't think I quite captured her over here, but I think she looks older. Her eyes, and if you look here, her eyes are even, I've started working on the eyes, but I don't think I quite have them yet. Here I got her eyes so open and her brows are real firm. On here, on her photo, her eyes are, you know, as you age, your eyelids start to droop down. And her eyelids are, I don't want to say they're droopy, but they're a lot more droopy than here. She looks like a young lady here. I started working on this one and I started getting there, but I tend with that black ink to make raccoon eyes because I can't get that tonal value that I want, like what you can get with charcoal. I don't work in charcoal because I don't like the messiness that it leaves. Even with the fixative, gets smelly and all that. And I know there's fixative that you can buy that's not smelly, but I don't bother with that. But I got her raccoon eyes in there. So I want to do Clara Barton again and see if I can get any better with her. So that's a long story about what I'm going to work on this morning. And it's almost 8 o'clock. I'm only going until 9. This is Thursday. I think Pink Girly Lori will be on. Pink Girly Lori will be on. And I thought I saw a post, and she was, when I saw her post yesterday, I think she was, whoops, I almost had it. She was deciding what she was going to do. So I think she's planning on coming on. And when I say 9, it's 9 Central that she comes on. It's 10 Eastern. So I'm going to zoom way in on her eyes here. And I want to work on, maybe I'll do it over here. I just want to work on the eye. And this is the S gel pen here. And I may not do her whole face. Let me flatten this out a little bit more so you guys can see it a little more. There. And I don't care if I get the entire face in here. Sometimes I do when I'm studying this, and sometimes I don't. But look at her eyebrow there. See, and her eyelid almost touches her eyebrow there. There's not that wide space in there. And it's really, this is an old-time photograph. Well, old-time meaning probably early 1900. I'd have to look it up on Wiki and see when this was taken. But what I'm saying is they didn't have the photography back then that we do now. So I'm working off of an old photograph that was taken with the skill that they had with the camera that they had at that time. So I'm gonna study the eyes here. And I'm just gonna kind of sketch them in, and I'm not worried about composition on the page or anything. I just want to work with the eyes. And her eyebrow, this is an old photograph, but I do think I can see some of the hairs coming down like that. And her eye comes, she's got it, you can kind of see her eyelid up here. So I'm going to kind of sketch that in the best I can. And I'm not worried about size yet or anything. Well, you know, I'm not worried about it matching this other eye yet. I just want to study this one. And when I say study, I'm saying just about what I'm saying now. I kind of talk my way through it. And other people work differently, but this is how I learn. Now I'm going to, this eyelid right in here, I'm going to put a line there, and then this area is all dark in here. And if you look at this, when you put it way down like this, it almost looks like she's got raccoon eyes if you kind of squint your eyes. It's just the shadowing of that photograph. So let's leave this area here open, but it comes down like that. Now her eyeball itself, there's a lot more white over here and just a little bit of white in there. So, and the eyeball is, she's looking out this way. I wonder what she's thinking. And as I was looking at this, the last time I sketched it, I was looking at her dress. Look at the sleeve. Look at the lace on her dress. Now, this obviously is a studio photograph. She dressed up like for this. I'll bet you she dressed up for this photograph. I don't know. I'd have to read the wiki information about it. But look at the lace on that. You can't tell me that she wore that every day. And the lace comes clear down this way. And I wouldn't be surprised if it looks like she's got a shawl on, maybe a shawl. And it looks like it might have some texture in there. I wonder what color it is. A dark brown, or it's black here, but it could be a dark brown or maybe a beautiful dark blue would be pretty. I don't think it would be purple. I would think like a dark navy blue. I could see her wearing that. And maybe even her dress is a bluish color or a brown or a gray. I can't see it being a bright color. But it's got those pleats coming down and that trim on that collar. It's very tailored collar there. I'm studying her eyes, aren't I? And it looks like she might have, what is that? Maybe her eye, she's holding a pair of eyeglasses. This would be a neat study here for her hand. She's holding a pair of eyeglasses, and I'll bet you this beading comes down. I can't see where it's hooked on down there. It looks like it might be hooked on down to her eyeglasses there. Just a very interesting. And let's see, do I see any lace over here? I don't notice the lace over, well, just a little up in there on her hand. I see a little lace in there. And I'll bet you her cape is a dark blue. All right, let's go back to her eye. I got out of this. Come on. Come on. Be good to me. Whoops, see, I had it. I go too fast. There. I have to knock on it several times. Dee Dee said double tap it, but I double tap and it still doesn't. All right, let me go back to her eye. And it's kind of a almond-shaped eye. coming around this way. And it isn't that open. It's not that open of an eye. And of course, it's got the little corner. I see the corner of it in there. And it's kind of, you can kind of see where the eyeball quits, the white of the eye quits in there. It kind of rounds off. And you can see this white area or a lighter color right underneath of her eye. So I don't want to shade that in. I want a line, and then I want shading underneath, and it kind of rounds out. The shading kind of rounds out in there. And I know you guys aren't seeing this close up, but I can't show you the whole thing and show this close up. So her eyeball kind of comes in here like that. There's more white space there than there is there. And you can kind of see she's got a little twinkle in her eye. So let me just leave a little white spot. And I want to thank Renee at Red Wagon, Little Red Wagon, for this book. I am so enjoying this book. I am so enjoying it. You guys, I do not deserve what you guys send me. And I say that very humbly. I appreciate it so much. It humbles me to get all of these things from you that you guys send me. Like Laura sent me that art glitter glue. And she probably knew exactly how to use it, and I wasn't listening to her. All right, it's a little bit darker in here. And a little bit darker. And Janet Nash, thank you for calling my attention to Laura. All right, now, if you look at her nose area, I can't zoom in anymore, but if you look at her nose area, this is the side of her nose in here. Our noses are dimensional. You guys know that. There's a bone coming in there. Well, I want to say there's a bone. It also has a big old, if you look at a skeleton, I have to see what happens to that bone. I have to look at a skeleton again. But anyway, it's dimensional. I know that. And this is the shadows, what I'm getting at. I don't want to talk about too much about anatomy. Allie Kay could tell me all about anatomy. Allie Kay took an anatomy class. I remember that, Allie Kay. Can you tell me? There has to be a bone in there because I talk about breaking your nose. But if I look at skeletons, I see a big old hole there. Do I? I'm trying to, now I'm curious. Renee, I do not, but thank you so much. You know what I appreciate? I just appreciate you guys. On those days that I don't stream or I miss my streams, I oversleep. This black mark here is a mark. It's not on my phone. It's on the photograph. There's a mark there. I think the photograph is damaged right there. So I'm not going to sketch that in. I miss you guys. And I think, and I've said this before, right after the streamathon, what I've noticed lately, it isn't the art. I mean, it is the art. I love doing the art, playing in the journals, and even I'm not a skilled artist. Like, you know, some people are just natural born. They could do this in a minute. But it's not even that. I get on and play, but it's you guys. It's the community. It's meeting you and just chatting with you and chat. And lately, that's been what I've enjoyed about. She's got some little wrinkles going on in here. That's what I've been enjoying about these streams. Now, this, I learned this from Annie V, and I keep saying the width of the eye, and I'm kind of judging it from the tip of my pen to the end of my finger, is also the width of the nose. And Annie V tells me that, now, it depends on the angle of the head too, but just imagine that area in between the two eyes is actually the width of a third eye. So it's you know, you kind of go, okay, now my width of my eye here is about like that. So I want to start that other eye right in here. And I'm just going to put a little dot there because I generally have an issue with, and this eye starts right up to the edge of the nose. And so that edge of the nose comes right down this way, right down this way. And then all of this in here is in shadow, and that's how we know it's dimensional. And then she's got a pretty high cheekbone, but I want to finish. I've got some dark to put in here. Yeah. I think I'm going to leave it. I don't want to get it too dark in there. Now, but she's got a bag under this eye too. Not only does she have this white strip, she's got a little shadow, and I got that going in here. Then she's got some white, kind of like a little bag, eye bag, you know, puffy eyes. So let's kind of put that in like that. And this is all in shadow in here. And I'm just kind of lightly putting in some lines with my pen. Now she is getting older, and they're kind of visible in here. You can kind of see some lines in there, but the photo is also very grainy. But I definitely see some lines up in here where she's starting to show some age marks. So just a few little light lines maybe. I don't even know if that's visible. Let's go back in and work with this nose coming down. Noses are a challenge to me too. Now on here, the bottom of the eye to the end of the nose is probably about that far. Probably I can't do it this way. Let's do it this way. The bottom of her eye to, I'm thinking the end of her nostril here. The bottom or the corner of her eye. And that is probably from the end of the eye to the end of the nose. So from here to here, I'm estimating. Come on. There. I'm estimating that from here to here is the same width as from here to here. And it looks like it might be. Might be a little short. I need something besides my pen. Let's take this. And this is just, you know, I like to get proportion in there, but on the other hand, I like to sit and draw too. And when I sit and draw, it doesn't look anything like her. But here I am trying to get proportion. So the end of her eye to the end of her nose is right about there. Right about, I wish I could get up to it closer. Right about there. Now, right about there. Now let's turn it from the bottom of her eye to the end. Well, that helped, didn't it? Where'd she go? Got everybody else in here. Where is she? I haven't lost this yet. Come on, lady. Pop out for me. There. I want to turn my camera without it turning off on me. No, I think I'm off there. I'm way off. So let me figure that out again. I got into my Verizon app. It looked right to me when I did it with a pen, but when I did it with a paper, it looked shorter. Maybe I was going from here to here. Let's try from the corner of her eye. Well, let's try from the bottom of her nose to the tip of her. See, this is where I wish I could lock this photo. I wish I could lock it like this. I haven't learned how to do that. I don't even know if you can. So if I go from the inside corner of her eye to the edge of the nose, it's approximately that long. And if I go from the bottom of her eye, and this is where I kind of misjudge it in here, because I'm just doing it by finger. I got this little measuring tool that Annie V sent me. She says, get it out, Meri. Get it out. Let's play with this. Annie V sent me this. And all I'm doing is measuring and I'm not relating this to that, in that I want to make this the same size as this. What I'm doing is measuring the distance between the tip of her eye to the end of her nose. And it is about, come on, don't float away on me. I want to get it up further. All right, now I have to expand this. It's about that far. So if I take that same distance and put it from the bottom of her eye to the end of her nostril, it's about the same distance. The corner of her eye to there's just a little bit, maybe about a 1/16 of an inch down here yet. Let's go back this way. See, those two corners of those eyes is about like that. And it's just a little bit longer to the end of her nose from the corner of her eye. So in my thinking, if I wanted to try to stay in proportion, forget all that except for the distance between the two. So if I go the distance here to the bottom, this is the tip, this is where I marked the end of her nose, the beginning of her eye, I got that much. So if I go like this, from the corner of her eye to the end of her nose, should end, and just a little bit further down, maybe, right about in there, maybe. Let's see. Let's do that again. From here, from there to there, well, maybe a little teeny bit longer. From there to there, and then I'm not going to change it. And I'm going to go from there to there, but remember I had it coming down a little, so we'll make it down a little. So in my thinking, this nostril should the bottom of her nostril in here should be right about in here. Approximately. It's not going to be 100%. And then the nostril comes up this way and kind of folds in, and this is all in shadow. And I'm just going to kind of put lines there. And then she's got this dark area forming her cheek there. And it's formed by the shadow of her cheekbone in there. It really, well, it might have a little bit of a line in there, but it's more formed by shadow. And it kind of comes down like that. Not down too far. And then this nostril kind of comes, it's kind of roundy in there. And then this nostril too. I'm talking to myself. You guys are just listening. And I don't think I can show it any better. This nostril, her nose in here. The nostril's right there, but the end of her nose kind of comes down and it's round and then it comes back up. It's kind of like a little ball shape in there, right in here. I'm not going to make it like a ball, but I want to kind of bring it down and up again. And then this nostril is not as evident. It's a little smaller. And then this is all in shadow. This is all in shadow here. And kind of up in here too. And even over, kind of forming her cheek in here. And this is that white area. This is the white area here, but it has another dark area under that, and then her cheekbone has a highlight. So we've got that little white area. We've got 3 white areas right underneath of her eye, kind of like under the bag of her eye, and then down further, a highlight on her cheekbone. So we're going to kind of leave that in there. And I'm just going to shade, what time is it? It's 8:21. I want to shade all of this in. And let's see. And I can see lines here, but I don't know if that's the photography or her. So I'm a little bit leery about putting lines in her face. And to draw her curly hair would be a challenge. I've watched people draw hair, and it just amazes me. The patience that they have to do that. I don't have that kind of patience. I want to get it done. But we're going to put some. She looks like she's got sort of a little side bar here, a little side burn here, just a little hair coming down. Right below her eye. Probably in line with that highlight. So maybe coming down this way a little. Right in line there. And that's actual hair. That's darker. And it's all darker in here. Now, I'm not watching chat. I'm concentrating on my sketch here. For those of you that have a smartphone or watching on a phone, you might be able to do it on your laptop. I don't know. But in your video, let's go to one of my videos. I'll just get out of this for a minute. Let me show you. Well, I'll play one of my own videos on here. Let's go to my YouTube. Let's go to my channel. Your channel. Let's go to... I don't know if I can do it live. Let's see if I can. She seemed to. I'm live here. I got burned fat faster here. And skip the ads. Let's turn it this way, just because I'm curious to know how it... All right, so if I zoom it... Now see, this one I can only... I don't know if it's because I'm live. Let's get it going here. This one I can only go so far. On that one, I could... Maybe because I don't have this set at the highest setting. This one I can't. Now it's a live stream. This one I can only zoom to fill, but on my camera up there, I could zoom in more. Let's try it on one that's not live. Let's go back to one of my old videos. Let's see if I can videos. Let's do the postcards one and turn it sideways. Whoops, I got an ad. Did I get out of it? Donate now. More videos. Oh, it looks like it's going to make me play that ad. Come on. Okay. So let's turn it. And now on this phone, I can only zoom to fill. But I was playing with that phone up there, and I could zoom. Seems like I should be able to. Let's see. Let's look at my settings. loop video report, capture. I got this at 180p. Watching VR, playback speed, helping. I don't know. I wish I had that camera down here because I can only seem to zoom to fill. But on that camera, if I wanted to get way in on that flower, I could zoom way, way in. This one only zooms to fill. And I'll bet you there's a setting, and I don't know what it is. Maybe you guys know. But I could do it on my other camera, and I so appreciated her showing me that. Let me go back to my chat here. Let me just get out of it. I'm watching chat over here. Let me refresh it. Hi, Chris. Tablets zoom okay. Some phones don't. This phone may not. This phone up here is a Galaxy S20. This one down here is a Galaxy Note, I believe, S20. It has the S Pen with it. And that S Pen may have something to do with it. This I can draw on my screen if I want. Let's go back into my... yeah. Well, at least somebody knows I can. Thanks, Chris. Was that you who was... And Kimberly says her phone lets her zoom to X8. I'll bet there's a setting in here that would let me zoom. See, I can zoom my photos, but I can't zoom those videos. But there. I'm going back to my lady here. I'm studying my lady. I was studying the side of her hair, but I think I'll go over and sketch this other eye because I only got a half an hour left. So this eye, now because she's got her head tilted, her head is looking out that way, so her head is tilted probably at about a 15-degree angle, maybe a 10-degree angle. So her head is tilted like that. And so, but this eye is lower. If you look at this, let's do it with this. Let's close this up. See the bottom of this eye? If I put that there, can you guys see? I don't know if you guys can see. If I put this right at the bottom and kind of hold it straight, it's just a teeny bit lower than the other one, even though the head is tilted that way. Now, the size of it, if it was looking straight on, would be the same size as this one. But she's not looking straight on. And see, look at the difference. This point from the end of her eye to the other end of her eye is that far. I got it right there in the corner of her eye on this side and on this side. But if you do the corner of her eye here, just because it's slanted a little, it comes out to the end of her face. So if I start the corner of her eye here, and I want it down just a teeny bit, it's just a teeny bit lower. It goes that way. It's interesting because her face goes just about a 10-degree that way. Her face goes about, how can I show that here slower? Her head is tilted about 10 degrees. Well, maybe that is because her eyes are going, the tilt of her eyes is going that way. Is that the same way that the tilt of her head is? Yeah, I guess you could say that. See, I'm still working on the tilt of the head. But in my mind, the head's, but maybe that's not true. I know her eyes are just, her right eye is just a little, her left eye is just a little bit lower. Just a teeny bit lower. If you could measure the bottom of her eye. Well, they almost look the same now. Well, maybe because I don't have my thing straight. I just think it's a teeny bit lower. Meri says she's stubborn. So here's this eye, and I'm going to start it here, but I want it to come down just a teeny bit. A teeny bit. So I want it to come down right about to there, I think. And I don't think it's this long because I had this, the length of this eye, close it up a little. From the corner of her eye to the end of her eye, and from the corner of that eye to the end of this is actually to the end of her face. So if I do like this, Meri's thinking, and come with the corner of her eye, the end of her face should be right there. And you can see more of her eyelid here. And I still think that that's kind of tilted because look at that eyelid. I'd have to be sure I have everything straight here, but the eyelid to me looks a little bit lower than this eyelid. It's almost the same, but not quite. And it's a little rounder. Which makes it shorter. And then the edge of her face is coming out here. And she's got her eye comes in there. Just a little bit of facial right in here. So her eyebrow, again, is almost touching her eyelid. And let's sketch her. And something like that, I'm thinking. Is that too small? Well, we'll see. I'm going to go with it. And this eye, you cannot see as much white. The eyeball, and it could be a photography thing. You see a little white and a little white there. And I think the eye is closed a little more. And maybe there's a little more dark in here. Right in there. And then the eyelid, you see the eyelid, you see more of it. And the eyeball practically fills up the whole eye. But she's got a little twinkle right in here. I like the little twinkles. And you just barely see a little over here. And she's got that white under it. Let's finish the dark. And it's dark in here. And again, her eyebrow comes down. And it almost comes down like that. And you see some up in here, kind of comes down like that. And then this slants down in there. I'm kind of talking to myself when I say this. Now I'm pretty happy with it. But now we need to get the shadowing under here. And it's got a little shadow there. It's got a little more shadow under here. This is a little darker in there. And we still have that little bit of a face area in here. And you can really see the bag of her eye in here. She looks like she's been... This was Harriet Beecher Stowe. She wrote Uncle Tom's Cabin. She probably read a lot. And so she probably has bags under her eyes from reading and writing. And it kind of rounds out like that. And you can really see the crease of this. And that's kind of what I had there, but I think it's over here a little bit more. And I might be able to wash this out a little. She's actually got some little shading in there. And let's go look at her forehead. Okay, from the top of her eyebrow to the top curl, from about the top of her eyebrow to the curl is about that much. So that's about the same as from the bottom of her eye to almost the bottom of her nostril. So what I did in here, let me open it up. from here to here should be from the top curl. What did I say? To the, let's see, the bottom of the curl. Let me go to the bottom of the curl. To the top of the eyebrow. And from the point of her eye, there's a little bit more. It's a little bit wider down here. So I needed to open it up a little more. So from here to here should be about from there to there for the bottom of that curl, approximately. It's not perfect, but that curl kind of comes, and I'm talking about this curl here, and it loops around this way and it goes that way, and it has shading in there. The hair, curly hair, is interesting to draw, let me tell you. Draw this in here. You see a lot thicker in there. I'm talking about the darkness in there. Of course, I'm talking about this loop right there. And it kind of comes up. And it looks like there's a white hair going across there. But I'm going to, well, and then this is all shady in here. I think I'll just leave that. And this kind of comes, she's got another, this curls around right in there, maybe not quite as much. And then she's got a dark area in here. And then another white area. And I think this is part of her hair here, and I think she's wearing a hairband. It just looks to me like she's wearing a hairband in there. That has to be fabric. So this kind of comes down this way, and I'm going to leave this area white in here, and I'm going to darken the hairband in here. And it doesn't come down, it slants up. See, I was going down that way. It doesn't go down, it goes up. So it goes up and then it goes down like that. And it looks like there's some more hair in here and kind of out in there. And this is all dark. And then she's got hair, and I'm getting off the edge of the page there. So I'm just going to put some hair coming up like that, because it's going to go off the edge of the page. And she's got some curl coming down this way. This is a hairband. Has to be a hairband. And let's go work over in here. So we've got this area here, right in there. And then she's got a little white area over in here, right in there. It's just a little showing. And then over in here, and it's dark again. I'm just kind of putting in marks. And then her hair, all behind all of this white area, is dark. And it comes out this way. And out that way. And I'm just going to get some little lines in there. I'm not going to do all the dark. Put some lines in there. And so that's how we say that her face on the head, her head is, well, you say this is the top of her head here. Let's say that that's just hair puffed up. Let's say her head is, top of her head is there, and her chin is there. Her head is that wide. Her face starts probably about halfway down. Let's make a mark here just for the fun of it. From here to here. We're saying that that is the length of her head. I'm thinking that her head is probably right up in there and her chin is right there. So about like that. Now, I'm going to shorten it from their chin to her eyebrow. from her chin to her eyebrow is right there. So if I go from here to here, this is where her eyebrow is. And that's how come they say that the eyes, they divide this face when they do drawing lessons. You know, they draw that oval and then they go down, not quite a half, but almost a half. And then they'll do the line this way. I don't like that, but that's how they get that. I don't like to draw like that, figure it all out like this. To me, it's too mechanical. I feel like I'm doing a robot or a doll. I'd rather do it much like this. And even this is too technical for me, because I like to see, and that's how come I get stuff like this, because I don't sit and figure it all out. I just start drawing. And sometimes I'm on and sometimes I'm not. Let's see, her head from here to here. Well, let's say that this line is her chin, and her head would come up just a little above the hairband. Would be from, let's see how accurate I'm at. From here, from this point to this point. And then I have her chin from here to the top of her eyebrow. Let's say that's the bottom of her chin. And I have it right about to here. Right? Yeah, right about to there. So I'm a little bit long in here, I think. But I ran out of space up there. So I think that this could have a little more length from, we'll say just above there to the eyebrow. Could be a little bit longer. Where's my line? See, it could be a little longer in there. So I think my head, I don't think her forehead is high enough in here. Could be, but her eyes are way too dark and she's way too young over here. And I feel like I'm getting it over here because I've talked through it. I've been yakking. Let's get this little area under her nose. And her eye is a little bit darker than I have it here. Let's get this done in here. And maybe a little semblance of her forehead here. And her chin, her smaller nostril in there. And you see a very definite cheekbone there. So let's see if I can get that in there. Just kind of sketch it in. And this kind of comes down like so. Meets that cheekbone in there. And then she's got this little, there's a name for that little area underneath of her nose. And the little area, the little chin coming down this way. Let's see if I can get her mouth in here. And from her mouth, this area here, right in there, but the top of her lip to the bottom of her nostril is about like that. And that's shorter, probably about the width of this eye. So if I go the width of the eye, right? Did I have that right? Let me try it again. From there, maybe a little bit shorter. From the bottom of her nostril here to the top of her lip, approximately, is about like that. And so if you go from the bottom of her eye to the top of her eyebrow. So if I judge mine from the top of her eyebrow to the bottom of her eye, like that, and put it in here, her lip should start right in here. And that's about where I have it. But she's got pretty lips. Look at her lips. Those are pretty lips. They're just heart-shaped and got that little heart shape in there. A little bit shorter on this side because her head is tilted, and a little bit longer here. And you don't see a definite line. You see white here, and then you see the line forming the lower lip is underneath of the lower lip. She's got pretty lips, I think. Let's see if I can get them in there, or a semblance of them. And like I said, it's a little bit shorter here, and she's got that little smile. She's got a little grin. And this one's a little longer. And it's dark. And the upper lip is dark. Something like that. And there's a smile line here. And I want to thank you all for coming. And I enjoy this chatting, this sketching so much that I get so involved in it that I'm not watching chat. And this is actually darker in here because her eyes are shadowed by their inset. But I don't want to make them raccoon eyes either. And she's got shading going on in the side of her cheek. Let's finish her lower lip. I jump around. Her lower lip has shadow right in here. And that's what shows up her lower lip, is that shadow under there. She's got a little bit of shadow coming right there. And then there's a definite shading, a line coming down this way, and it's forming the little smile. And over here, it's a little bit more area in there. It kind of comes down this way, but it's still kind of showing her smile in there. And I can imagine that could be a little bit more like that. And this whole side of her face is in shadow. Now her ear, let's get her ear. You don't see the ear over here, but her ear is a little bit higher than the bottom of her nose. That's because her head's tilted this way. I think that it's interesting that she's looking off this way, but her eyes go off that way. The line of her eyes kind of go, not a whole lot, but they kind of go off that way. But the tilt of her head, she's looking out, well, maybe more out like that. It's kind of forming a dimensional triangle of sorts. From this point, well, let's draw it from this point here. It's not a big slant. And then her head comes like this. I think that's interesting. And that's probably because of the way the angle of her head, the way the light hits it and everything. Meri's thinking. But her ear, looks like she's got a little earring on too. Look, it looks like she's got a little earring on. So she can't be this old. I mean, it can't be a very old photograph to have pierced ears. Well, maybe. But the bottom of her nose is much lower than the top of her, or the bottom of her ear. The bottom of her ear kind of comes midway. Well, almost midway, not quite. From here to there. Not quite midway. So right in here, over this way, I want to put her bottom of her ear. Just right about in there. And I'm just going to draw a little line there. I'm going to put the earring in there because I think that's cute. And then she's got hair coming down. And then she also has hair or collar. This in here could be collar, but it looks like she's got some hair coming down under there too. So I'm going to put a little bit of curl under there. And then I'll put the collar coming out over that way. Just like that. Don't need to do any more than that. And she's got kind of a little ruffly collar. Let's see I've got to keep an eye on the time. I got 10 minutes. Let's do her chin area. I think I'm doing much better on this one, but I'm talking myself through it. One thing I see right away, I've got this sideburn ending right about where the eye is. The sideburn comes down lower. It actually comes down almost to, it almost comes down to the top of the ear here, only out a little further. I'm calling it a sideburn. It's the side of her hair. And it comes out like so, and it has all this curl in it. I'm not even going to go there. Well, maybe I will a little here. There. I never do this too good up in here. I always feel like I don't get that side of the head bulky enough. Okay, so her chin, this is the bottom of her ear. Her chin comes down a little and to almost to the bottom of her nose, and that's about where I have it. And then her face starts to curve in a little. We're just going to put a little line there. And her chin, let's measure her chin. From the bottom of her chin to her lower lip, probably about like that. So we're about the, well, that's about the length of this shorter eye. So let's go. And that eye just still looks, it doesn't look low enough to me. I'm going to leave it. I'm going to leave it. It needs to be angled. It just, I don't know. It doesn't look right to me. But I want the, what did I want? The width of the eye? Let me try this again. I kind of like this little tool, but again, I like just being able to sit down and draw what I see or what I think I see. Dee Dee says, you're drawing what you think you see. It's not what's really there. Here I'm measuring and I'm spending more time getting proportion. I would like to be able to sit down and do something like this and have it turn out more like that. And I think it's a matter of training your hand and your eye. I'm not quite there yet, and I've sketched for years. I'm not quite there yet. All right, about the width of this eye, and we're going to go with the width of this eye, is about from the lower lip. We're going to use this one. And so from the lower lip down, her chin should start right about in here. Right about there. And that looks about right. And she's got this little smile mark here. And she's got the cheekbone. You kind of see that cheekbone there. Her face kind of comes like that. And it comes sort of like that. Sort of like that. And then you see this darkened area. She's kind of got a little cleft chin there. She's kind of got a little cleft chin. And then this one comes down to meet it. But it's more shadow than line. This is all in shadow here. And this is mostly in shadow too. I'm just going to scribble it. And then her it kind of comes down like so. Maybe not quite that fat, maybe a little bit thinner. But she's got that neckline in here. She's got a neckline. And she's got a neck. Let's see, this is the cleft. This is, we're going to call that the cheek. And her neck would start right about in here. And round off in there. And then she starts with that collar. And I'm just going to kind of put some lines in there to represent it. And then it's a stand-up collar. Right here you can see that it's kind of a stand-up collar in there. So this is all white. This is her neckline. This is white in here. This is part of her collar. And so right in here, it has two little buttons. And then it has more ruffle coming in over this way. And the ruffle gets really thin up in here, just the way the photo is. And then it kind of expands out a little bit more in here as you come down, like that. And then this collar is really dark. And then you get into drawing the dress and the dark area in here. I'm not going to do all that. I might do, I'm really impressed by the tailoring of this. So let's start. This area is dark, but let's go in a little. Her shoulder comes down, and she's got right about in here is where that tailored area starts, and it comes down. It forms her torso area in here, and then it comes, it's really thin there, and it curves around like that, and comes around like that, and another one kind of coming down like that. And what impresses me is this really tailored area here. It's very tailored. And you can even see the pleats over here. You kind of see some pleat lines right there, maybe in there, a little bit of a wrinkle there. And then her arm, you can't see it too much, but her arm kind of comes out down and down, and then the cuff of her sleeve starts in here. I'm not going to go down too much further. Now it's what, 8:57. The only other thing I would do on this in a hurry was maybe put some lines up in here for her hair. And because I'm hurrying, I'm not studying them too much. I'm just going to put in some light curls in here. Let's see, her eye, it goes down that way and then comes down something like that. And I'll just leave it like that. And that's all I'm going to do on this. This was just me talking through that. I think I don't have too much on her nose defined in here. It's shady in here. I don't have too much of her nose done. It's got that definite white line coming down there. If I can get that in there fast. No, I don't want to mess it up at the last moment. And this side of her face is in shadow. All of this is in shadow in here and underneath of her chin in here. And of course her dress is all dark. But I'm going to sign this. I'm going to quit on it because it's 9 o'clock. Lori Pink Girly is going to come on. I'm hoping she's coming on now. Ninja Riders, Chris sent a photo. Rhonda ate a fruit. Lori Pink Girly, did somebody drop Kimberly, would you drop a link to Pink Girly's channel for me? Please, you were dropping links. Thank you, Kimberly. I did it quick. I don't know. It took me about an hour to get there, and I was measuring. I think this is probably my better one. Let's see, today's January. I'm not going to put the water on it. January the 12th, 2023. This is Harriet Beecher Stowe. And STOW. And I'm going to put study number 3. So you can see, I was listening to one portrait artist, and she said she did about 25. She said some of them were in her head. She didn't say 25, she said 40 sketches of her portrait, the people she was drawing the portraits of. She said she did about 40 of these before she was comfortable getting them. And it's a matter of studying them. And this is from Wiki Photo, ref photo from Wiki. From Wiki Commons. There we go. Let's see. Let me refresh my chat. Did she leave? Did Kimberly leave? Let me go get Lori's. I want to give Lori a... By the time I get here, you guys will be there, Paint Girly. But let's do it anyway. I think Lori's coming on. Let me grab her. Share. Copy link. Come back into mine. Go into live chat. Oh, yeah. See, she did it. Thank you, Kimberly. All right. Thank you all for coming. Thank you for listening to me chatter. We had a fun draw the little monster, the little mailman. Happy mailman. I called him a monster. He's really not a monster. He's just a little happy mailman. We were playing with Laura Vasquez, gifted me some art glitter glue. And thank you so much for that, Laura. I truly appreciate that. I'm going to do a thumbnail of this. So have a great day. I think I'm going to stream tomorrow morning, but if I don't, I'm not on. That's all I can say. I probably will, but you know, it's iffy. I think I've streamed every morning this week. No, I skipped Monday. Because I was up late Sunday night. But have a great day, everybody. Go out and enjoy your day. Bye.